And good morning, everyone. That would be great. Here today. Wow, this week has gone by way, way too fast. So, Emma Anderson says hello, and Targos UA says hello. Good to have you both here. That's the only two comments. Man, I better get to work if there's nobody to talk to. So, yeah. Let's take me to the game and let's get this party started. Oh, Keegs says, good morning, Doc and Sons. Good to have you. I have my Mama Doc made me this wonderful tea this morning. And it was a bit frosty this morning. It was about 28 degrees outside when I got up.
Oh, it was chilly.
And yeah, it was really chilly. And but I had to take care of the dogs this morning, so I set my cup onto the hood of the car, and I took care of the dogs, and then promptly walked into the studio and started working on things in the studio.
And that's a nice metal cup. It's very conductive.
Yeah, and by the time I got out there, it had frost on the outside. It hadn't frozen on the inside yet, but had frost on the outside, and the tea was not warm. Not warm one bit. So I took it off of there, got my heat plate over here, and put it on my heat plate. Now it's kind of warm. So it's a little bit better. So anyway, Perfetta came back and said, God bless and good morning. And same to you. Doc, Mr. Wee Dog says, good morning, Doc and everyone. And I am OCD came back and says, good morning. Did you know when update? The update for 1.2 is going to be released to the experimental branch on March 17th. So that's next Tuesday. And 5 days from now, so next Tuesday, I will go ahead and install the experimental branch. And I will go investigate, and I'll start making some tips videos and stuff on the new things that are there. And sharing, you know, what new and is new and available. I don't know how much I'm going to do so far as actually live streaming the experimental branch. I don't know. The conversation really hasn't happened between Robert and me as to what we'll do with that experimental branch. It would be nice to know how long it's going to stay there before it goes, but I think they're looking for some more debug information, looking for people to find errors that they can fix and get deployed. So we shall see. So it comes out on the 17th, and we'll take a look at that. Okay.
I think that's already a normal stream day. If we can actually get the game updated and installed and stuff, we might play around with it.
Push to talk? Because I think the audience wants to hear what you just said.
I completely forgot about push to talk.
Okay, there we go.
Just saying that because 17th is our normal stream day, if we can get the game installed and stuff on the experimental branch, we'll go ahead and play it and have some fun. So,
okay.
But yeah.
Very, very good then. So, okay, Profetta's heading to work. Good, good. I must need. What kind of dogs do you have, Doc? What are their names? I don't have any dogs. My son Spencer has two dogs. A female named Indy, short for Indiana. You can imagine where that came from. And the other one is Sammy, and he's a male. So Sammy a male, and they are purebred golden retrievers. So they're beautiful dogs, beautiful dogs. Then Britta, my oldest daughter, who lives with us on the property and has the 10 grandkids. She has a purebred Australian Shepherd, and then Garrett has a purebred German Shepherd. So we have 4 dogs on the property, and basically I'm taking care of the dogs for Spencer, who is up in Michigan right now, taking care of his business that he needs to take care of. And so that's who I'm going up to visit, leaving tomorrow morning, and I'll get all set up, and I'll be back online on probably on Monday, maybe a bit on Sunday, depending on how much we get done in the midst of us visiting. So anyway, that is pretty neat. Profeta says his dog's name's Samuel. Okay. Samuel versus Sammy. That's good. Okay, my name's Bunko. Okay. Just wanted to let you know your shorts and TikToks are extremely helpful, Doc. I'm on phase 4 of my first playthrough, and you've helped me understand a lot. Big thank you. And thanks for coming online and saying that. Letting us know that they are appreciated makes it all the worthwhile. So Keith says your intro still says that you go live on Monday and Thursdays. Shouldn't that Monday be Tuesday now?
Thank you for noting. I will get that fixed. Whoops.
Those little things you just don't, you just bypass. Your brain just says, oh, it's the intro screen, and then you go on.
Yeah, we've stared at it for 10 minutes every morning for months now, and haven't noticed.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, I'm getting the Butterfinger out now. If we have an oopsie in the Twitch chat and somebody gets to redeem a Butterfinger again, it goes to Robert. So keep that in mind.
So the question is, when you go up to Michigan, are you taking your jar of Butterfingers with you?
That's a good question. That's one packing item that I had not thought of yet.
I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Shouldn't? Oh, really? You'd rather me forget it, huh? All right. Good. I guess emotional support Butterfingers. That's it. That's exactly it. These wonderful stress relievers, right? And it is mostly green. That's definitely not a silver package or an invisible package. It is definitely a a green package. Green package.
Are we going to be packing a green screen for you, Doc?
I was thinking of throwing one in there, but I thought the package that we sent to Spencer for his green screen had 2 in it, but I can confirm with him on that.
Sounds good. And we don't have to have a green screen for just a couple of live streams. Oh, then again, I guess you're going to be recording videos while you're up there too, so... This is going to be weird with you up there, and I'm going to be here and trying to run things. And we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Jay Paulin calls them emotional support Butterfingers.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. I think we're all caught up.
Okay. You want to hop into the game now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So, in the last live stream on this world, this floor here was the floor that had the trains. And remember, they came down came down this ramp here and came here. I haven't taken out that ramp yet. I took it out on this side, but I didn't take it out on that side quite yet. Anyway, so we still have the roll-up thing. I just didn't get everything accomplished. But now I've got this nice, beautiful, open floor space. And I'm thinking exactly what I would like to put here. Because it would be nice to have something here that that I really, really need. Now, I've got the time crystals to make. I've got the fix-it trigons to make, and more turbo, and the turbo motors. Now, those are turbo motors, yeah. And then the supercomputers. Now, I've harvested a few of those in from Rex, and that's where you see, you know, that's where you see the amounts there. I think I might have turbo motors. Yeah, I already have a place that's making turbo motors, but obviously it's not making them fast enough. We'll have to figure that out. And supercomputer. Aha, we have 150 supercomputers here. So I'm going to go ahead and take all 150 of those. And I'll put them in the NAM.
ES says, hey Doc, Satisfactory has been my absolute most favorite game of all time. You've been so helpful when I get stuck and love the Satisfactory community as a whole.
You betcha. You betcha. And in fact, we have a we have a community server if you'd like to come play with us. And all you have to do is become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, and you can join that community server for Satisfactory. And as an added bonus, if you like to play Minecraft, we have a community server for Minecraft as well that several are playing on right now. So that's cool and fun. So there you go. There you go.
Profeta says, I'm going to have to find a sugar-free version of those Butterfingers because, man, do I love them, but type 1 diabetes.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to watch that. Definitely got to watch that. Definitely got to watch that. Okay. So out here is this ramp, and I need to deconstruct this ramp. So I'm going to go ahead and do that just to keep things clean here.
And Lexi's here, says, hi, Doc.
Hi. Yep. It's talking sun today. Garrett is working hard on his book.
As well as actually his project for the last couple of days is he's gotten his skills with Linux have improved to the point where he's built us a media server. So we've taken all of Doc's massive DVD collection, because that's the era Doc had money in.
Yeah.
And he's been getting all those. So he started with all the Star Wars movies, all the 6 real ones, not the fan fiction ones, and then all of the Star Trek movies, and they've all been getting on the server.
Yeah.
It's been great.
In fact, I watched a little bit of one of them today.
Yeah.
Star Trek Generations, the one that
There you go, Star Trek.
Captain Kirk is supposedly dead until they resurrect him by the end of the movie, of course.
Right.
You know how that goes in the movies, right?
It's been a while.
It's been a while since you watched a movie?
And Star Trek Generations specifically. But
Well, you know, it's kind of the thing, you know. No main character ever stays dead.
Right.
That's what I meant.
Gotcha, yeah.
So
The best part, by the way, this Linux server on our own network, oh my gosh, it is so fast. You click to play the media, and it plays as instantly as though it's on your own computer. And it feels so refreshing after using the internet when it's not much of a delay to use Netflix or use YouTube, but you're always used to it has to reload the new page, it has to do the next thing. But no, it's just you click the button and it just runs. It's so nice. Oh, and the fact that you can jump ahead and back and forth and scrub forward and back. Oh man, I love it.
And you don't have to worry about abusing your VCR tape, right?
Right.
VCR tape? What's that?
Do you remember the rewinding machine we used to have?
Yes. Yep. Because the VCR tapes were always labeled with "Be kind, rewind."
Right.
You know, I just never understood who you were being kind to, the next person that rented it, or to the, you know, company that rented it to you. You know,
Yeah, probably.
Blockbuster or whoever. And Blockbuster went the way of all the dinosaurs too. That was
Yeah, except for a couple of stores that are there mostly for nostalgia.
yeah, that's about it. I mean, who goes to a store to rent a video nowadays? You know?
Yeah, although I have to say there've been a couple people posting kind of, and it's mostly just nostalgia bait, but there is something very different about going to a store and saying, this is my selection, I'm going to go watch here, as opposed to the infinite selection online where you can spend forever and ever and ever never finding the right movie.
Mm-hmm.
But you go to Blockbuster, there's like one rack of the genre you want to watch. It's like, which one do I want to watch? And you pick from that small selection. And to a degree, it felt more satisfying to pick from that small selection. But
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
Nathan says, hi, just downloaded Satisfactory for the first time a few weeks ago. Just now starting oil production.
Fantastic. Oil production, that's the major leap forward. You know, right now, I've basically got this coal power plant down there, so you can see all the sticks of all the power generators that are working down there. But I also have various oil fuel-based generators straight ahead on the other side of my factory over there. The part of the challenge is that I'm going to get myself in trouble again pretty soon, because even with all of that, this gets frighteningly close to that. And I mean, that's the gap right there that I have to be concerned about. And I've got some particle accelerators that clip on and off and so forth that cause this huge deviation here. And boy, you just don't know how I'm going to keep things going. So I've got to either make some nuclear, which is the next option, or I've got to find some more oil wells and build some more oil power plants. But
Maybe upgrade to turbo fuel? Huh?
Maybe. You know, that might be an option. But I just don't want to do it. I want to build. I don't want to go take care of my power. Isn't that terrible? I should be more concerned about, keeping the lights on than I should be concerned about building. But, I just keep doing it. So, I better stop just doing it, right? Such a vote of confidence there, Robert.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading something.
Ah. Oh, well, that worked out perfectly. And let me show you why that worked out perfectly. Because my building jogs in here, and having that come there, now I can continue the stairs down for a ways anyway. Oh, I gotta scroll down. That's where I like these catwalk stairs.
Perfetta says, "Oh my lord, did I pay plenty of fees for Blockbuster?"
Oh, yeah. Oh, fees. Oh, late fees. I hated those things. I really did. Oh gosh.
3-day rental.
Yeah, exactly. And then the minute Netflix said no late fees, just return it before you can get the next one. That made sense.
Back in those days, though, it was like the idea of, oh, you mean I'm just paying like $5 a month or $10 a month? That's great. I could do $5 a month, never any more late fees. Love that idea.
Yep.
Doc had this thing where we had the 3-disc plan, and Doc, could I tattle on you a little bit?
Tattle? Tattle? You tattletale. Go ahead, fine.
We'd
If
get
you
the
must.
DVD in, and he'd immediately rip it and keep him running as fast as he could. We'd always have 3 discs, and then it'd all be cycling through. And there for a while, he was the peak of efficiency, cycling as fast as he could.
I didn't know you were going to tell that story.
They were all lost though to a modular power supply a couple years later.
Yeah. That hurt.
I'm OCD says, I remember going to the Netflix boxes at gas stations. I thought it was revolutionary. It's crazy to think that it wasn't that long ago.
Redbox? Or Netflix had? That was
Yeah.
prior to Redbox, I suppose.
Yeah, just before Redbox. And Jay Fallen says, when Blockbuster had the chance to purchase Netflix, man,
And they passed up on it? Yep.
blows me away.
Yep. I think I'm going to expand my floor space out one more notch. Because this is stupid having these two walls right next to each other.
And Kevin says, hi, Doc, Robert, and chat.
Hi.
And he responds to your comment about power. Says, I love to build, but I just finished a pretty sizable turbo fuel power plant. How I got the 40 gigawatts of headroom. And now I'm working my large aluminum plant, which is going to give me 1,125 aluminum casings per minute and 900 empty fluid tanks per minute.
Okay. Makes me jealous. I mean, you're doing great. I mean, that's exciting. I just, I gotta work harder. Definitely gotta work harder.
We do have a university question from I am Pat. Or,
Really?
sorry, Pat is I.
Pat is I.
So let me know when you're ready for that.
So is English a second language for Pat? Or is he
I
just
believe
being
that's
silly?
Chinese. I believe that's Mandarin, or I think it's Chinese lettering. I don't know.
Oh, so it is foreign.
And then in parentheses, Pat is I. So
Okay, that's right. Okay, cool. All right, we have a question from that stands for Pat is I. Hi Doc, I got a question. How exactly do you even start a mega factory? I finished my first playthrough with all my factories being modular. Hey, that's great. Factories being modular. What ends up happening is you find that certain elements of your factory become just make more sense to have in a single location. Like you've got, iron, big iron over here, and you've got aluminum over here, and you've got steel over there in these modular factories. And the components that rely on those three need to all be put into one component. So you're in the midst of figuring out, okay, where do I transport this stuff to? Sometimes after a while, it just seems to make sense to put it all in one place. And the way you start a mega factory is just simply, find a place that's got good place to expand out sideways, and then you just start building your higher level components at that factory and build your transportation system into that central hub, so that it just makes it more efficient to do it in one place. So that's kind of what happens, and that's really how you start it. Make sure you got a good wide flat place, and then you can build up as well. And you just keep on building more floors and more levels until you have enough space for all of your machines. And that's kind of how it occurs, almost organically, to be truthful. So hope that helps. And let's go ahead and go back to the game. Okay.
So he says the only reason my name is written that way is because I am Pat is taken.
Oh,
So Pat is I instead.
okay.
And yeah, it says I'm from Taiwan, and those are Chinese letters.
Chinese.
It
Okay.
says thanks, Doc. We do have a follow-up question from Pat, however, if we can take that as well.
Okay. All righty. Okay, so a follow-up says, do you slowly build the mega factory bigger and bigger? I assume it's close to impossible to plan beforehand, since the size of a mega factory grows fast. And that is an absolutely true observation. Yes, it tends to grow little bit by little bit. You can see what I'm doing here is constantly reconfiguring each one of the floors, and expanding them to do more and do greater things. Like I just moved the train station from the floor just above me here to the floor above that, because it made sense to put it on the level with where I built basically the track across the whole world. So yes, the mega factory does grow kind of one piece at a time, and you add that one piece, and then you add another piece, and then you add another piece, and so it doesn't start out very mega at all. It starts out pretty modest, and then grows into something much bigger. So I hope that helps. That's good. Let's go back to the game. Okay.
Gracie Lane says, waiting on the update before I start sinking my teeth into a new save. Thanks for scratching that itch for me.
Okay. Okay, well, good.
DZ Nandu says, hi, I bought Satisfactory a week ago. Got myself completely addicted to this game. Your videos are helping me a lot to understand the principles. Thanks.
Fantastic. Completely addicted after only a week, huh? That's pretty good.
Oh boy. Those chickens are so loud.
Yeah, they're hungry.
I'm sorry, guys. They're right outside my door at the moment.
Yep, and the rooster is crowing right outside your door, so.
Yeah. We got another question here, following up on the fuel question.
Okay, good. Teal Hyken says, I hear you mention expanding your fuel production into turbo fuel and so on. I've only ever just made brand new fuel productions at each tier. Do you need, how do you expand fuel without blowing a fuse? Well, you kind of need to make sure that you don't have, you're not so close to the edge of your need that by adding the refineries and stuff that you need to put on and get them spooled up to where they're making the fuel and then getting the fuel to the generators, that whole process doesn't break a fuse. In other words, you need to plan ahead enough that you kind of know what you need in advance as far as the power goes. If you don't, you pay a big price, unfortunately. And that big price becomes having trouble getting the fuel even started in the first place. And that can be a big challenge. I had that problem here in this world that we're playing right now, where all of a sudden I broke a fuse. Now what do I do? Well, I've got to obviously get power, so I went out and get power, and I could not hardly get the lights turned on. So I had to use power switches to segregate off a section, so I could just turn off a section, so a section of the factory would not run when I tried to turn on the power. I had to try to get it to the point of turning on, even before I could really get the next fuel-based power plants working. Because you have the extractor, then you have a bunch of refineries, and all of those have to be working a while before the generators actually kick in and start working. And it's not like you can put some fuel in your inventory and throw it into a fuel-based power plant, fuel-based generator. It's not even possible to do that. Because of that, you really need to make sure that you plan a little bit ahead, like I'm trying to ignore right now. So don't do as I do as I say, right? Let's go back to the game.
I was about to cut you off there. I'm like, yeah, let's cut this one off right there.
You can cut it off in the edit if you want.
Kevin says, I'm also doing a closed loop system, transporting via train with packaged water for the aluminum. Should be fun as I've never done this before.
It's kind of fun to do that once at least.
Yeah, that 10,000 concrete build was pretty crazy, trying to transport that much liquid.
Yep. Especially since I chose to do it from one side of the map to the other. That was crazy.
Yeah. We're never doing that again, right?
I don't know. Had so much fun doing it, we might try.
Oh,
Oof. That's his reaction. Oof. Yeah, that was quite the build. That was fun.
Profeta says, I just finished tier 8 and getting the parts ready for the elevator send. Nuclear pasta time.
All
Farthest
right.
I've ever gotten.
Okay, very good.
My name's Bunko says, I love seeing and hearing about these mega builds. My factories look and feel so primitive. The more I see, the more ideas I have for bigger and better factories.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I feel whenever I look at Whitestone Industries and My Name Jakes and some of those other incredibly good builders. I just wonder, holy cow, how do they do it?
Yeah. Me too. All right, the dogs are out there barking at each other. So you have dogs on two different sides of the property, so they start talking to each other, and you can actually listen. That you get a couple barks over here, and then a couple barks over here, and then a couple more over here, and I guess they're polite. They don't even talk over each other a lot of times.
And they also haven't really made friends with each other yet.
Not
They're still,
really.
yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I let Cricket. Oh, by the way, Cricket is the name of the purebred Australian Shepherd, and so he. Why am I having a hard time talking today? So I put him in with Sammy, and when he's in the pen with Sammy and Indy, he gets along with both of them fine. But he and Sammy got into it really, really bad, and I had to go break them up.
Oh, really? I'm surprised.
And the problem with that was that Sammy was on a leash, and they were fighting all around my legs, and I got all caught up in the leg in the leashes. So, and nobody came to help because nobody could hear me calling for help. Unfortunately,
I'm glad you got out of that. That's, with how big Sammy is, that can be very painful.
Yep. All right, I've taken care of getting that ladder in here, that walkway in here. I don't know if, there's room for another floor in here, obviously.
Mark is here and donated a couple of pounds. No flying. He said, "Good morning, Doc. Back early, resting my arms."
Mark the rabble rouser.
Yep. So take that backpack off.
Yeah, get me back on the floor again. Now I feel better. Oh, I'm gonna feel so naked.
Especially with these huge floors.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you back, Mark.
Okay, so I have coal coming down in that one, and I have copper ingot coming in that one. So what am I going to do? The copper, I can't fly. That means I've actually got to take the stairs.
Well, I have two university questions for you, so it'll give you some time to get over the grumbles.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Okay, Dogwin says, just wanted to jump on the mega setup. How do I manage trains in the sense of I feel I'll have about 30 stations, or do you use smart splitters to manage the throughput instead? 30 different stations? Okay.
Yeah, big old train, 30 train setup.
Oh, we're
Sounds
talking
like your
about
size.
number of train cars on there? That could be. That's my setup. Yep. It does make your train stations really big. At that point, I think I'd consider strongly using splitters to manage the throughput. But the challenge with splitters is that it restricts you to a maximum of only the 2 conveyor outputs. And if you are hooking a lot of those up from one freight car to the next freight car to the next freight car, it can overload your belts pretty easy. Now, if you've got, Mark 6 belts, it's probably not an issue. But the train station will unload as fast as the belt that is available to unload it. So you can unload 2,400 per minute from one train station. And if you have really fast belts, then the smart splitter might work for you. But at the same time, you really need to figure out how to segregate out your stations such that you can keep the length of your trains, somewhat manageable. I think once you get beyond about 7 to 10, it gets to be a little bit tough to figure out what can be unloaded where and how, and all your train stations get to be 10 long at least. So yeah, that makes it a little bit difficult. So you just got to manage things and figure out the logistics of how you're going to get your trains unloaded when you get to the next level. So, okay. Anyway, let's go back to the game. And wow, another 5 pounds. What's he going to ask of me now?
Before that, floor and fun only.
I heard that.
You heard that one? Okay, I'm going to get a timer set up so the time doesn't start just yet for all that.
How does a sane person expect to do that? I stayed away from mega setups due to the sheer amount of different things I need to manage coming in. You've answered my question, though. Wasn't sure how to manage inputs. Okay. Very good. Is it considered flying if you have a parachute? That's just falling with style, right?
I'd say no, you can't do that either. But that's up to me. That's up to you.
That's up to you?
That's up to me. Aha. I will give you one more university question before you get out there, okay? How about that?
Well, you can if you wish.
Well,
Okay.
They asked for it.
Okay. My name's Bunko says, okay, is it a rookie mistake to go out of my way to find and use pure nodes? Should I be building little factories for normal and impure nodes as well? You need the resources from normal and impure nodes also a lot of times, especially if you're doing something like bauxite when you get aluminum and things like that. There's plentiful number of iron mines and copper mines and limestone mines. There's plenty of those around. But when you get to the other kinds of minerals, they tend to get a little bit more scarce. And so you can go for the pure nodes on those lesser ones, but you're probably going to just have to deal with the fact that you've got impure nodes and normal nodes for things like uranium and bauxite and sulfur and those resources there. It's not a rookie mistake at all, no. We all want as much production out of our machines and out of our out of our mines as we can get. So that's not a bad thing to do. It's just that later on you'll just have to deal with the normal and impure nodes. So I hope that answers your question. It's kind of a, maybe so, maybe yes type of thing. And let's go back to the game.
Mark says that you can use your parachute. That's fine.
Okay.
He's being kind today.
Okay.
And I'm OCD says, if you're full health, you can't die from fall damage, dog, so you don't really need it.
Right. The problem is the next jump.
Right. It does go through a lot of berries,
Mm-hmm.
Still Deciding says, love your videos, learned a lot from them.
Cool. All right. You know, I've had to collect flora and fauna so much that there's not much fauna out here.
Gotta go far afield, right?
Right. So I'll keep running over this direction. After all, I can still make some solid biofuel.
Doug says, if I have every product coming into one location, I'll need one platform per product, right?
One freight platform usually per product, yes. Unless you want to use a smart splitter and mix them up, but that's not really the best way to go.
Yeah, that's usually pretty limiting on the, you know, on the throughput that way. Oh, he just added another hour to no flying, Doc.
My, oh my! I can't say that I enjoyed Mark being indisposed, but
Be careful.
yes, be careful. But he's having fun with me this morning, and he's having more fun than I am probably at this point. But that's
And
okay.
I know CD says you may need to learn how to slide jump, Doc. It'll help you traverse a lot faster.
It'll help me traverse a lot faster. No, not a lot faster. Only a very little bit faster.
We've shown him before, and he's not a
true believer. Definitely not a true believer.
You know, he's done it mostly like when
Oh, I found one.
when in a factory and whatnot, when it's not huge, but really it's best when you're going downhill and traversing terrain and stuff. So, and Icy Knight's here. He says slide jumping is significantly faster. And good morning, everyone. It's one of those times where, you know, this is another one of those skills which, you know, once you've slide jumped in one game, you know how to always slide jump, and Doc's new to it, so you know.
Some people swear by it, and I just haven't found it to be all that useful.
In my general opinion, if you can slide jump in a game, you should slide jump in a game. But
I'll swimming in the river. Pretty soon, Mark will say I can't swim. What do I
Mark
do,
says
drown?
animal hide is not flora or fauna. It's very specifically fauna. And that's what fauna is, so.
He said animal hide is not fauna.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is specifically.
Did he? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Really? Did he pay for you to...
Oh, come on, Doc. I don't need filters.
Well, that sounds like more your problem than mine. So that one little donation that he donated and didn't specify anything was a message to you. He paid off his assassin again. Is that what he did?
I'm feeling very disappointed. You have upgraded your weapon since we last played.
I have, yes.
Now that I know this,
Now that you know it, what?
well, we're back on even footing.
Except that I can't shoot. At least I can't shoot straight unless
Says the guy with a gun in his hand.
I can't shoot accurately, should I say.
And my name Jakes is here, raiding with a party of 20. How's it going, dude?
Well, I'm collecting flora and fauna because Mark said so.
That's the line.
Yep.
He says I'm doing pretty good, thanks.
All right, what's your latest fantastic new build?
Yeah, last we checked in on you, you've been building quite a bit out in the Dune Desert now, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And I still...
So, Juggler asked, collecting plants back at the start of the game you went.
Yeah, because that's all I can do.
Now you're going back to the game. There we go.
Disappointing, but unsurprising.
Iceman says, it's disappointing, really. I'm OCD says, wait, so we can donate towards in-game limitations like no flying?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
It's about $2 per 10 minutes-ish.
Yep.
Yeah, $2 US, so, you know, depending on your local currency.
Yep. So am I free of you now, Robert? Was it only one kill he paid for?
You'll have to find out.
I really don't want to find out the hard way.
Oh, Keeg's redeemed Productive Packer, so you might need to go do that. I think your timer needs to go out first.
How do you keep hitting me?
I don't know. Kind of crazy. Sorry, guys. I'm not reading chat quite as often because, you know, I gotta hunt down Doc. That's the rule. Come on, no eating. I have to say, it's really hard to hit you from this distance.
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm trying to make it as hard as possible.
This is the kind of content they're here for, right?
I guess so. Oh, come on.
Gotcha.
What were you shooting me with?
The rifle you set up?
The rifle.
You're the one who set up the line.
I didn't set up a line to make rifles. I set up the line to make what?
Yeah, you got the ammo line. Okay, I need to read a little bit of chat, Doc, so please don't run too far.
I gotta run far enough to keep
Juggler
you.
says, almost forgot the important thing. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today, everyone? No, you leave me alone.
Right.
Not fair.
What?
I'm reading chat.
It's not fair for me to shoot back?
No, okay, he's doing Productive Packer. We'll let him do that. I am going to pause timers, however.
No.
No, Flora and Fauna is over, by the way.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I'm OCD donates $5. Play with the monitor off.
Sorry.
Just kidding. And Bunko says, Doc, pull out that rifle and start spraying.
Start spraying what?
Shooting me.
Darn.
So yeah, Jake's is working on a smallish rocket fuel plant in the swamp. His,
Smallish, huh?
yeah, I'm sure.
Does he ever do anything small?
Well, I mean, his factories aren't massive, but they're just really well done. He says, my Dune Desert biome is done now. That was all for Phase 4. On to Phase 5 in the Pink Forest. Once I'm done with rocket fuel in the swamp.
Cool.
That's awesome. And Max says, won't someone think of the days since last incident counter? That thing gets reset to 0 every day around these parts.
What counter?
The days since last incident counter in the hub.
Oh, that gets reset every day. Seemingly. I don't know what's wrong. That was just a pathetic performance.
Pathetic, pathetic.
Yeah. That was a very pathetic performance. Okay. Got
Now,
it.
Doc, like I said, don't run off. I'm reading chat. I said don't run off. Come on, Doc. Follow the rules.
My toes are still twitching. Yep.
You're stuck in there running animation.
My toes are still twitching. I'm not actually dead yet.
That's a little weird.
It's just like the animals. If you watch them once they're dead.
Yeah, they do that sometime.
No.
One or two more, then we'll be done. Stop eating. Excuse you. Juggler asks, what have you turned Satisfactory into? And Icy Knight replies, the Kill Doc Simulator. Go ahead, shoot me with the explosive ammo. Do it. I might be dying as much as you are.
Should.
Oh, gosh darn it. Yeah, Icy Knight says, the glass is too strong, Rob. Oh, will you stop it? Spawn camping me. See, the incident timer should show seconds and microseconds. Right about these parts, it should. Wow, you fell really far. You're gonna run through all of those.
Probably.
You know, the nice thing about this parachute is I can just glide right behind you. Oh, look at that evasive action. Okay, that actually does work. Until you fall in the water. Ooh. That was tricksy.
I thought so.
He's asked, how many times are you going to kill him? And Icy Knight says, well, at least one more. Which I do believe he is correct. See, once you land on the ground, then I can start using explosives on you. See, I don't cheat by healing up every other second. See, what we should be using is like the what's it called? The ones that just have a ton of knockback. Build an arena for it.
The novelist, the burst novelist or whatever.
Pulse novelist. I have to anticipate where you're running. The fact that these things are hardly even faster than your walk speed. You're making everybody dizzy. Okay, there we go. Caffeinated says, new color here. Is Doc storming Normandy or what?
Doc is trying to live past tomorrow.
Okay,
After all,
Doc.
Spencer needs my help. I can't
Right.
die now.
Well, Doc, you can fly again.
Oh, thank goodness. Can I pet my kitty? Can I pet my kitty?
Now that she doesn't want it, looks like.
She doesn't like being picked up. She doesn't like being held. She'll gladly come and lay on your lap and get petted, but she doesn't like being held.
Chinko says, by now, Robert, you should have come up with various ways to kill Doc, like killing him with a train accident or a vehicle. That'd be fun. I had a lot of fun last time we did this, like last month, where I relocated the hub to way high in the sky and then killed him, so that he respawned with a rotated hub, so he almost fell out the door. He was able to catch himself, but then fell to his doom. That was fun. I then moved the hub to the highest mountain in the world, covered in uranium. That was fun. Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. You can't fly. He added to no flying. So, still just pictures. I apologize, Mark. That timer's still going.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And I suppose Mark complained.
He reminded me appropriately.
Okay, fine.
Forge the God says, "Hey Doc, it's my birthday. I'm gonna build my first nuclear generator today."
Okay. Can everybody out loud sing happy birthday to you? Nobody's singing with me. Okay, fine. I'll stop singing online.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
No, Doc actually was a choir director. Has been a choir director a number of times, so he's got a decent enough voice. Juggler says, "Pioneer, your efficiency has dropped beyond critical level. Raising this is requested and demanded by your contract."
Yeah. See, Mark, you're making me break my contract. But I'm glad you got back out early.
OCD says, "You should make a bunch of inhalers. That's what I do. They'll heal you to full health."
Right. Yep.
Then I'd
I
have to be a
should make
lot
a
more
production
aggressive.
line for inhalers, shouldn't I? But that needs fabric, doesn't it?
I don't recall. I think it
There's
it does
several
require a
different
bunch of
formulas.
consumables, at least.
There's several different formulas for inhalers. Interesting. Barrel nuts. Or barrel nuts and... Boy, you got to do a lot of collecting for those recipes.
Yep.
Yeesh. I mean, we have a lot of barrel nuts in the depot right now. Oh, I haven't had my caffeine for the morning, Robert.
Oh, maybe that's the problem.
That's why I couldn't shoot you down.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely it.
Yeah, that I'm sure it would have affected my aim.
Bavoli asks, what first got you into Satisfactory?
Robert. Robert was playing it a little bit, and Garrett actually was playing it a little bit. And this was during pre-release, and I just, I had just retired, and I decided to, I played it a little bit, and then kind of left it behind, and then came back to it after I retired, and started just falling in love with it. My previous disciplines in Boeing were in procurement, so supply lines made sense to me. So with them, with that kind of an understanding, I just launched into it and fell in love with it. So a short introduction, and then me just falling in love with it along the way. Okay, so I still got quite a bit more wall to make there, but I ran out of beams and silica.
Yep, and Doc's been an adjunct professor at a university for a number of years, and during COVID he went to teaching online, and that's why he tapped me and said, hey, can you help make videos for me so I can teach online? And that's what I started editing with him. Mm-hmm. And from there, I guess, COVID was kind of winding down, and the channel we built for that wasn't really growing all that fast. And so we were looking for new ideas to grow faster and do other things, and we experimented with a couple of different channels, and then we both kind of around the same time like, hey, what if Doc plays games? And
doesn't tell Mama Doc.
Yeah, specifically doesn't tell her.
That was. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, and we got, I think, the first 3 episodes out or so before we told her, because after like 3 episodes we had like 8 subs or something. I was like, you know what, 8 subscribers, that's a lot. We could tell her that it's successful.
Alrighty. Yep. And then it started actually surprising us, because as we made more videos, we started putting out tips and continuing to develop ourselves too, learning more about the game and stuff. People actually liked the videos. Who would have thought? I'm an old guy playing games. Why would people want to come to me? It taught me the fact that there are all kinds of people out there. There's not just a cookie cutter customer out there or viewer out there, that there's people who want to see what I have to offer. And so it really worked. And yes, like Favoli says there, YouTube Shorts, yes, Robert does a very good job making them. We start with an idea, and he generally researches it, develops a script, and we go over the script together and make sure it's kind of my voice, and then I deliver it, and he puts together all the visuals behind those shorts. So kudos to Robert for that. And, there's going to be quite a few more shorts that come out of the next update too. I'm sure we're going to talk quite a bit about those fluid trucks, how to use them, how to load them, how to optimize using the fluid trucks to bring products, hopefully short distances, without having to utilize pipes. And wondering, the first question that comes to my mind is, are they a viable transport method for fluids? We poo-poo the idea of trains being any good at fluids, simply because they literally don't carry as much. They don't carry as much as packaging the fluids and putting them on a freight car. Okay, so. Okay, I've got to go do something. I have to go. You know, I'm trying to think of a design. I can't get around my factory if I can't fly. Come on.
By the way, Mark has donated to allow me to have a Butterfinger. How about that?
He has. Where did I? Oh, is that a Butterfinger? Okay.
That.
Pinky
It's either
Free-
that or kill you in it a couple times.
Oh, oh, Butterfinger.
Oh, good.
Pinky Preacher Man is not here.
It made it.
It didn't sound like it made it in your hand.
No, it just got pre-broken for me.
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, we got. Didn't we bring the train set out here, Robert?
Not I remember.
Okay, got to figure out where that went then. We brought the
And
trains out, but
okay.
we don't yet have tracks for them to run on. We've got to repurchase all of those things.
Yep, we're going to. So we started 3D printing a Satisfactory train, and we're going to get it to work as an actual electric train that passes between Doc's area and mine. So he can pass me the Butterfingers via train. And Poison Gaz just subscribed to Tier 1 on Twitch.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you very much, Poison. Make sure you join our Discord on every once in a while on Fridays. We do a live stream specifically on Discord just for members only. If you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you can join us there. Tomorrow, Doc's will be traveling, so we won't be recording. But we'd love to have you there. You'll also have access to our Satisfactory member server and our Minecraft member server. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Kevin says, my biggest concern for 1.2, when they said, we fix fluids, sorta,
Yeah,
is that it'll break the mechanics of how fluids work in the game presently, and that'll cause reconfiguration of everything I have everywhere.
You know, yes, that is actually a concern of mine as well, simply because, you know, once you fix it, is it going to mean that it's going to be fixed permanently, or I don't know.
Yeah, I hope it's a rethinking the sloshing system so things just flow better. That's what I'm really hoping for.
Something like that.
I love the idea of the sloshing. It's just it's too hard to handle in a game format.
Yeah.
And we just got a donation from Beavery.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Your
Says-
education videos have been so valuable. Greatest of all time. Thank you.
We appreciate that. And Juggler's gonna head out to start working on their world, so
Okay.
keep the grind, they said.
Good. Have fun. Most of all, have fun. Just trying to get the things out of here that I need to get out of here. And here's my repository for slugs. So I've got two blue slugs and a yellow slug. And they automatically, split with these smart splitters into their various machines that process them, and then they are slooped so they double the output. That's important. And then they come over here and just go into this container, and of course into a goes straight into here, and if this is full, they back up into the container. That's all. So I've got a constant supply of I have a constant supply of power shards. So, and did you turn off a light or what? Did you readjust a light? Something changed.
Yes, I readjusted the light slightly. Mark commented on the reflection coming off of your chrome dome there. So,
Of this?
you wanted to reduce it just a little bit.
Okay.
He says, is it me or
I
did
was
you
just
lose a
shining.
fight, Doc?
I was just shining. Nope, I did not lose a fight. It was just you.
Jinko, by the way, says that maybe you should build platforms to get over the working plant when you can't fly, Doc.
So I have a working what?
A platform to get over the working plant. When you can't
Yes,
fly.
that would be nice. That would be a very good idea. Later.
Spencer Wright says, good morning, Doc and fam.
Good
Hope you're
morning.
having a great day.
We are. And over here is where I put my animal remains. Right there and right there. And they get processed into
You have a spitter
DNA
in your
capsules.
inventory.
I have a spitter.
Yes,
I do. And
And those.
okay, spitter
And you're uploading them.
oh. Okay, fine. And I got 8 hatcher remains there. And 12 more spitter remains, and 1 more stinger remain, and I can go ahead and put the Mercer sphere in there. And I've got 6 hard drives if anybody wants me to scan a hard drive.
Yeah, actually, we do appreciate that time we put that there because we could never remember to do it.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Kevin says scan a hard drive.
Okie dokie.
Got a great question from Mark now.
We do.
He says, now that you've played both ways in Satisfactory, which would you put forward to everyone else? Build upwards, or build down from build from height of 500 meters downwards, and why?
Well, what Mark is talking about, just to give you some context, he said first I needed to put all of my important stuff like the mall and space elevator parts, project assembly parts up at 500 meters. So that platform up there is 500 meters, and that's where I do all my project assembly parts. Okay. And it's currently has, it's currently working on the nuclear pasta that you see 428 out of 1,000 there. I have that much of a factory up there for the current phase 5. It has done some good for me in the respect that the initial platform was this wide by, however wide long. And I still have vacant floors in there by which I can build other factories. So it's been really good. He also wanted my train to be up a certain height. That's why I've got this crazy... I can't fly. That's why I've got this crazy train loop that you see the line over there, and it goes over here. There's a train station, and it goes over here to another train station, and then loops around back. It basically covers the whole world. The reason why that's there is because Mark said, let's build it up 250 meters. So that's up 250 meters, and now I'm climbing here, and I didn't mean to. So that is what that is all about. So would I build from down now? Hey, it's kind of an interesting idea to have built from downward, because it just kind of automatically created this factory, this mega factory that I didn't intend to make at the beginning, but now has blossomed into very much a mega factory that's been matured and actually works quite efficiently at this point. So I did want to drop these in here and these in there.
And Mark says you're not allowed to scan anything. So
What? Somebody
Yeah.
said scan a hard drive.
Yeah, and then Mark said no.
So before I got here to scan it, he tells me I can't scan it.
Right.
What kind of confusing thing is going on here?
Well, it's no scanning for 10 minutes, so.
Okay.
Well, like 15.
Well, I am going to build some special buildings here then. I'm going to put a MAM right there.
That's right, because you just brought all that up from a lower level,
Yep,
right?
I did.
You had to rebuild it all.
Just bring it. Yeah, let's go ahead and put it along that line. Okay.
Beavery asks, do you play every day? If so, for how long? I have like 36 hours since I bought it last week.
Well, I do play every day because I get up about 5 o'clock in the morning. I come out here before Robert's alarm clock even rings, and I play for 2 hours. So yes, I do pretty much play every day. But unfortunately, I've got a lot of responsibilities in and around our property here. In fact, we're having a tractor delivered today. Our first. I'm now truly an urbanite. I've bought my first tractor. Kind of a rite of passage, I guess. Anyway, and it'll be delivered today, so that'll be fun. So yeah, I got a lot to do around here. We got a property that has not been really touched and tamed in decades, probably. 1930s built homes that have been kind of band-aided along for almost 100 years. So we're remodeling those. And yeah, so I got a lot of things to do. But I do get out here to play, a couple hours in the morning, and then yeah, I do play on the live streams. That's why I like the live stream so much. I get to play. Get to play more than usual anyway. Right, Robert?
Yeah, we'll say that.
I can't build this because I'm missing screws. I don't have any screws in the depot. You gotta be kidding me,
What?
really? I just recycled
Wow.
my screws because I figured I had screws in the depot. All right, I got to go downstairs and figure out what the problem is with screws. The people's worst hated part in all of Satisfactory?
Screws.
Screws. So, tiny is too tiny. Short. Let's see if short will give it to me. That's good enough.
Mark says, Doc, I'm in pain, so you'll feel my wrath. Therefore, I will be the pain in your game.
Okay. I'm sorry you're in pain.
Lexi says, let me help with that, being deemed no conveyors.
Man, somebody's out to get me today.
At least two somebodies.
Two somebodies at least, yes. Here I am trying to be OSHA compliant and everything. Putting rails up.
Kevin says, let the man work. So you can
Okay.
build conveyors.
I can build conveyors now, huh? Okay.
Mark says, I heard that you missed a ticket because of your online gaming shorts on YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah.
How many cops have you bribed now?
None. That wasn't a bribe because he decided on his own not to give me a ticket. No bribe there.
I wish I could do a good Italian impression.
Oh, really? Why?
Nice little mob boss impression.
Oh. Now I'm being related to a mob boss.
He
Okay.
did it himself. It was not me. I said nothing.
Said the nothing.
That's the best I can do. Caffeinated says, this is the community you've created, Doc. Vengeful and full of laziness.
Uh-huh. Yep. Can't wait for my new tractor to get here today.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Britta still doesn't know about it, right?
Britta knows.
Ah, When did she find out?
I told her I told her quite a while ago.
Aw.
It was bursting.
Just couldn't hold it in.
Just couldn't hold it in. But Matt doesn't know, and none of the kids know. And I asked Britta to make sure she keeps it secret, and don't tell Mom that I told her, please.
Aww. By the way, guys, Doc is not a man of secrets. He has never been a man of secrets.
I struggle with secrets, yeah.
Mark just said no conveyors, and he paid for no conveyors, so that cannot be overridden.
No, he said no conveyance, which basically means I have to stand in one place and never move.
If that's the way you want to interpret it. Chico says he made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
Yep, something like that.
There you go.
Yep. Okay. All right. All right. I've got to get something done today.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think I have to get something done today?
I don't think it's gonna happen regardless.
Push?
I don't think it's going to happen regardless of what you think. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, because the minute I try. Okay. Oh, built my. Okay. Biebery has a comment there. I'm caffeinated. Highest point of your build and ask for a long wait. Okay. Caffeinated's got a comment, so Biebery has a comment there. You want to read?
Captain says, "Hey, how'd your stream go?" Well, I got paid to stand still and do nothing. And of course, Adjustay is here said, "Morning."
Alrighty. Good to see ya. So everybody's taking a break from the Minecraft server? Adjustay and Caffeinated both?
Well, actually, Adjustay was just inviting Calf to go over and visit her base. So.
All right. Well,
Kevin says, "Sorry, Doc, I'm trying to keep you going, but it's hard to compete with a healthy trust fund."
yeah. So true.
Well, we got a question from Biebery. It looks like it's a university type question.
Okay.
So let's see what we can do here.
Alrighty. Okay, Biebery asks, build my tier 3 factory in a way it's very difficult to expand. Produces 6-ish of each MF and SP
Modular frames?
and not quite sure. And if I want wriggle room for RP and rotors, I define. You've got to understand, acronyms and me don't get along. They just don't. SP means shore patrol or state patrol. RP is doesn't come to mind.
Modular and smart plating.
Smart plating, okay. And RP?
Kind block, I don't think so. Not in this context, but hello.
What?
Reinforced plates. There you go.
Okay, reinforced iron plates, smart plating, and reinforced iron plates. Okay, produces. Okay. If I want wriggle room for reinforced iron plates, that should be RIP. Okay. And rotors. Wow. What's causing the problem? Is it that you can't go sideways or you can't go up? If you can't do either one of those, I would try going up first, build another floor, and then use lifts to bring what you need to the next floor to build it. Otherwise, I would just, you'd have to demolish if you can't find room to do it that way. But yeah, that puts you in a real tight position. So the rule for creating a mega factory to begin with is put it in a place where you can expand sideways as long as you want or as far as you want. And then the next thing, once you can expand as far as you want sideways, then you have the ability to go up and then carry your logistics upward. So in building a mega factory, that's kind of the two considerations that you want to make when you start. Otherwise, yeah, you'll end up kind of like a modular factory that can't grow. You need to either build it elsewhere or demolish it and build it elsewhere. Either way. So if you can plagiarize the two products, the frames and the smart plating, if you can keep them running and just transport them somewhere else with conveyors or trucks or whatever you have available, then do that and build your mega factory somewhere where you can expand. So I would try to preserve it and just move it, but if that's just not viable, then you demolish it. And let's go back to the game. Significant edits on that one.
Yeah.
On that
I'm
one.
sorry. I should have clarified the acronyms before sending it to you. And Lexi redeems scan a hard drive, hydrate, and stretch.
Wow, all three, all at once.
All at once.
Well, here's the hydrate. Got a monster. It's a ruby red, I believe.
Yeah.
It's a ruby
That's
red.
becoming one of my favorite flavors.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a ruby red. Okay. And you want me to stretch? Well, can I wait on the stretch?
Sure.
Because my cat is slumbering right next to me, and when I get up, it kicks her off. And so I'd rather not disturb my cat for the moment, but I will stretch. Believe me, I will stretch. Scan a hard drive. That means I got to go upstairs. And the stairs are here.
Yeah, Beavery says I had to use acronyms because the message was too long, so. All good.
Yep.
We got it figured out in the end.
Yep. So, and then if you would have put RIP instead of RP, I would have said rest in peace. What?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. All right. I was able to get a MAM put right here. Available for use. Oh, and the last hard drive I scanned is complete, so let's see if I got a goodie. Fertile uranium. Where we add
I've seen that several
uranium to
times.
make fertile uranium to recycle it, and I mean, the only time you make the time you make the non-fissile uranium is when you're recycling uranium waste. So why in the world would you ever want a formula that puts new uranium into waste? What? Why would you do that?
I have to wonder if we look at the process and see how much power per uranium you're getting versus how much power you're getting per uranium through per uranium in a plutonium node, right? See what I'm saying? So instead of maximizing uranium for a uranium powered generator, powered nuclear plant, you intentionally make it smaller and jump straight to plutonium. I wonder if that actually could have theoretically higher output. Have to do the math on it.
Yeah. But then that forces you into the idea that you have to then you have to then go on to fixonium, and go from there. So yeah.
It'd be something to look at, I guess.
Yeah. And what's the original diamonds one? It's 20 coal to diamonds versus 8 coal plus quartz to diamonds. We don't use quartz for much, do we?
Not a whole ton. This actually looks like a decent alt recipe, yeah.
Yeah, that does look like a decent one. I'm going to go ahead and pick this one.
It is produced in the converter, which means it's going to take a lot of power, but...
Yeah, but the option is also done in a converter. Oh, it's done in a particle accelerator.
Oh, no, well. I'd rather converter, at least it's steady power.
Yeah.
Oh,
Part of the challenge,
it
though,
isn't.
it's half the production rate.
I don't care. It's just more machines. I like to me the production rate doesn't ever matter to me.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, so you end up having to put down two converters instead of one particle accelerator.
So Lexi says fertile uranium for sure. It was my argument kind of generally the argument for fertile uranium, Lexi. Like, what's the argument in favor of fertile uranium as opposed to the regular recipe?
Yeah, I'm waiting for an answer on that one. It's easy to make. Okay, normal fertile uranium. All you're doing is substituting from silica versus more uranium.
Kevin said I need to run the numbers through modular to see, modeler to see, but I'm tempted to use fertile uranium in my new nuclear power plant.
Interesting, because 100 per minute is the production rate on the fertile uranium here versus 50 per minute in the blend in the regular recipe.
I tell you what, I'll go ahead and start mocking it up, and
Okay.
I'll report back in a few
Then
minutes.
I will just leave it and scan a new hard drive then. Alrighty, hard drives and scan. Okay, scan that hard drive.
I'm OCD says the ruby red monster is pretty good. I'm into bangs now. Have you ever tried those? Black cherry vanilla is the bomb.
Yeah, okay.
Beavery asks, you know what? This is going to be a university question. We're getting good ones here today.
Oh boy, again. Okay, let me
Here
just
we go.
get a catwalk started going down here. I think that goes to the right place. Okay. Yeah, I had to turn it around, so anyway, yeah, let's do that. Okay, Biebery asks, at the end of your lines, do you pump them straight into nearby storage, or do you move to a centralized storage area? I find the logistics of moving all over the place becomes spaghetti. Okay, let's unpack this. There's about three different things. At the end of my lines, in other words, at the end of my manifold, where it's actually producing the product and outputting the product, I most of the time put a commercial storage, a large storage container like this one, at the end, and then I put on top of it a dimensional depot, and have it go, any overflow there go into the dimensional depot. Now, the dimensional depot only fills with a limited number of items, and then you have it available anywhere you are on the map. So yes, I always put a storage container at the end of my lines, just so that I could have them available for the dimensional depot. Second question, do you move them to a centralized area? I used to create a centralized area a lot more when I didn't have the dimensional depot. The dimensional depot is really taken place of what we typically would call a mall, where you would have all the products there. But with the dimensional depot, a lot of times you have enough in the dimensional depot to continue working and doing what you want to do. So I don't do that as often, although it still does get done as your factory gets more complex and larger. Okay. The third question, finding the logistics to be a lot of spaghetti. Yes. To solve that, try to move your spaghetti underneath the floor. I don't know if I have anything to show you here. No, I don't. But a lot of times I will move it under the floor and then just move it with roof extensions. What do they call those things? Let me just get it real quick. If we go here, the conveyor ceiling mounts, to move those conveyors along the ceiling rather than moving them on the floor. Even if all I'm doing is going down, moving it along the ceiling, and coming back up where I want it, I will take and move it under the floor, or I'll create a separate floor between my main floors just for the logistics of it, in order to hide that spaghetti. So yes, moving things around does create spaghetti. You try to alleviate that as much as possible with these little tricks, but it's a reality that you got to move things by conveyors, and conveyors tend to go over each other, and gives you problems sometimes. I find that I cannot plan a factory well enough to control the spaghetti in an organized way, so I tend to just try to alleviate it as best I can along the way. So I hope that answers all three of those questions, and let's go ahead and get back to the game.
Okay,
Very good question, Biebery. Very good.
Let me actually take you to my screen real quick for Satisfactory Modeler.
Okay.
I actually had already modeled up most of a nuclear plant for the nuclear versus fuel video. So I'm not going into full detail on this, but the only real constraint here is our uranium. Okay, so we're taking one normal uranium node with a Mark III miner. Okay? So best case scenario here, I don't have anything summer sleeped or anything, but what this will get us is 24 plants on the nuclear stage.
Okay.
And 12 plants at the plutonium stage. So 36 plants total.
Okay.
Okay. If we instead use the non-fissile uranium stage here,
Okay.
okay, what that reduces our number of nuclear plants from 24 down to 19.2. Okay, because we're stealing some of that uranium for later. Okay.
Okay.
But then ups this to 19.2 as well. So in total, you go from 36 plants to 38.2 plants. So it's a very minor increase, like an 8% increase. Okay?
Okay.
But really what it comes down to, like Lexi has said, and Mark sent me a message as well, that it comes to, it's more cost efficient on the sulfur, right, and the nitric acid. Okay? So these, you use less of this in total for your power plant than what you would otherwise.
So some of the pre-processing of the waste to get it into non-fissile uranium is a little bit alleviated.
Which, to me, I don't think is a huge deal because, I mean, what else do we use sulfur for? We use sulfur for explosives and stuff, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I think you also use sulfur, don't you, for the compacted coal, if you want to make turbo fuel?
Again, for more fuel stuff, right? So if you're doing this, you don't really need it anyway. So I guess that's not really an issue. The nitrogen gas, that's a bit more of an issue because we use those for the modular frames at one of the stages.
Yeah.
But it makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes it for the fused modular frames. Okay. So in other words, the benefit is so minor that it's probably not significant.
Okay.
Is that what your conclusion is?
Again, I think like most alt recipes it comes down to the choice. Do you want to save on these products? So, do it this direction, or do you want to do just the more direct standard one? I think both are valid.
Okay.
So they're all just trade-offs.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Robert.
Biebery followed up on the question, said, "Thanks so much. My issue is I'm only tier 4, so no dimensional depot for me. I guess I'll make them all."
Dimensional depot is unlocked in the MAM, not through tiers. And if you're at phase 4, you should be unlocking the dimensional depot a long time before now. Okay.
Yep.
So let's go take a quick peek at that, because yeah, dimensional depots are actually available to you quite early in the game compared to a lot of other tools. Ah, come on. Oh, this is going to be a nuisance.
While you're running up there,
What are my timers? Yeah, go ahead. While I'm running up there.
7 more minutes on no flight.
Ah, okay.
Ultra Jams asked, does Satisfactory Modeler also do train planning? That's a great question. I don't think so, but if somebody might know more about this program than me. Satisfactory Modeler, by the way, if you haven't used it, is free on Steam. So go ahead and pick it up. It's great.
Okay. So, under Alien Technology, at the very beginning of Alien Technology, you need to find some SAM. And you should find a SAM mine a little bit, and you can unlock that first node here. The second node is you make some reanimated SAM, and then the third node is you make the SAM fluctuator. Okay? So here's where you get the recipes for those. So you get the recipe for here by putting in more SAM, and for the reanimated SAM by putting in more SAM. You get the recipe here by putting in SAM fluctuators and pipes and wire. Okay? Then over here, oh, hard drive complete. Good. Confirm. I didn't want you to take me there. I guess I'm going to go look at it. Okay, we got rubber concrete and an instant plutonium cell. Interesting.
Well,
that's a jump.
yeah, that lets you skip particle accelerators, which I really like because particle accelerators love to chew on your power.
Yes, and you don't have to make the non-fissile uranium. Oh, you do make the non-fissile uranium, but it jumps the process. You're using non-fissile uranium earlier in the process, aren't you?
Yeah, well, you're skipping the plutonium pellet stage.
Exactly.
That's really nice. I like that. Has anybody used this recipe? Because I kind of like it.
Yeah, that could make moving on a whole lot easier.
Yeah, Kevin comments. He says, "Yeah, you don't have to make the pellets, that's nice."
That's interesting. I could care less about the rubber concrete, but this, and
I
I
think
usually
that's-
don't go to this level in my nuclear plants. So I'm going to just let that one sit.
Well, you have to go there in order to get rid of the plutonium rods. In order to sink the plutonium rods,
Yes.
you have to use so if you want to do nuclear at all, you have to use a plutonium rod recipe at some point, which that would do it.
But this uses up your waste.
Yeah.
You don't even make the plutonium rods. You just go straight to the plutonium cells. Do the plutonium cells go into the rods? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
that's the stage right before the rod.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does this benefit then?
The big benefit is just skipping using a bunch of particle accelerators for the plutonium pellets, which wreak havoc on your power system. But the biggest deal is this is just so much better for your power. At the downside that Ice Rice Flag says it does require a lot of aluminum.
Okay. Not convinced yet. I'd have to see more information. Because it looks to me like the plutonium cells come after the okay, I got it.
Yeah, traditionally you take the non-fissile uranium and turn them into the plutonium pellets, which then get turned into the plutonium cells. With this one, it takes the non-fissile uranium straight to the plutonium cells.
But the thing is, you sink the green ones on the left. You don't sink the plutonium cells, do you?
Yes, you do. You don't sink. Yeah.
So you end up skipping the step of creating the plutonium whatever pellets. Okay, that's where I'm getting fuzzy. So it helps you get to creating the cells faster by
Right.
not having to create at all the. Well, you still have to create the non-fissile uranium in either recipe because to get to the plutonium pellets, you still have to. You still have to make the non-fissile uranium. Here, though, it takes a lot of non-fissile uranium.
Well, here, let me jump to my screen real quick again,
Yeah,
Doc.
let's do 150.
So, Doc, here. Normally, we're taking our uranium waste from here.
Uh-huh.
We're making the uranium, non-fissile uranium, and then putting that in with more waste to create the pellets, and then putting that into the assembler to make your encased plutonium cells. What this does is this use the instant plutonium cells. Okay. So we don't have to make this pellets to go into here. This is just already there, and this can feed directly to there. So these two steps right here are combined into one.
Which is very, very nice.
Yeah, and of course all these numbers are all messed up because I have two systems doing the same thing.
Right.
But you use less concrete, which for us, for our nuclear plant, was annoying because we were having to ship in concrete from everywhere because it's using so much of it.
But in this case, you're shipping in aluminum.
Yeah, you're shipping in the aluminum
So
casing.
if I
a lot
accept-
less of it, a quarter as much, but
If I accept this recipe, and what about the other recipe, the fertile uranium?
so the fertile uranium is the one I had modeled down here.
Yeah, let's see what that does here.
So here, I'm going to go ahead and eliminate both of these.
And go straight to the instant plutonium cell. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. And that's kind of nice because the waste doesn't get split between two anymore either.
Exactly. It just goes to one process, you manage it there, and that's it. But you're still creating both of the acids. You're still creating both of the acids. You've dropped one step. You're not splitting up your waste into two different items, which creates a lot less mental work. Okay. All right. And it would need
So-
25 mines. Is that a miner up there for the sulfur?
That's parts per minute. That's all. That's just parts per minute. So,
Okay.
yeah, and I haven't tuned all this and got it all correct, so that the final numbers are not correct. But yeah, it does seem to be quite a bit simpler and fairly efficient. So,
All right. I'll take that.
interesting.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding.
And Kevin actually says, this is hence why I'm building a big aluminum plant to make 1,125 aluminum casing to support that instant plutonium cell. The story has come full circle.
Yeah.
And DeMonkey's here. And we know what DeMonkey says.
What's up?
Yeah. So Bulldog actually does use a Satisfactory modeler, and for his trains, you can he says he just drops down a storage container to act as the train
Okay.
when he wants to model the train line. That's cool.
Okay. Okay. So, Mark's latest thing. What is he asking me to do?
Oh, you have to ride the train hobo style and not fall off the entire ride.
Okay.
Go for it. I'm OCD says, Robert, have you ever used the Satisfactory Tools site? It reminds me of what you showed me. You input your product and maps it. Wondering what your thoughts are versus the modeler. I've seen Satisfactory Tools. Actually, I think Doc was playing with it long before I ever was. But it seems like it does the same thing. I haven't used it enough to figure out where its strengths are compared to Satisfactory Modeler. But basically, between satisfactorycalculator.com and Satisfactory Modeler, I'm pretty happy.
Okay, so I have to ride the train hobo style for how long for 5 pounds?
A full loop.
One full loop.
See if you can do it.
It says the entire time with a penalty. So why does Hubert sound like he's in the outer world? Like he speaks from the dead?
Because we recently redid the audio on the stream, and we got all the specialty stuff to fix Doc's mic, and it didn't get mine set up properly. And we don't have the delays set, which means I have a slight echo, and it's not all cleaned and sounding pretty like Doc's does.
Hope that answers the question. We're waiting for a train to come along, you know. It always takes forever. There's the train out there. It's coming.
Stuart says, I started the game about 3 weeks ago. I enjoyed it a lot. Been getting a lot of advice from your videos, so thanks. First time catching it live.
Cool. I'm going to take that stretch that I was asked to do. So I'll be
Sure.
hearing him back in just a moment.
And apparently several people have been working using non-fissile uranium, because Chinko also said that that's what they were using with the wet concrete recipe as an alt to take care of the water output instead of trying to make a loop.
Okay.
Oscar, the monkey would love to know if plutonium fuel is good for trashing the environment.
If plutonium is good for trashing the environment?
Right.
There's no environment to trash.
Okay,
Come on,
Doc,
I gotta
okay.
get up on that locomotive.
You need to have something other than a parachute on your pack.
Yes. Oh, come on.
The monkey says, dumb game, can't even trash the environment. So yeah, Doc, how about you swap to your jetpack?
I can do that.
All your restrictions are over. You just gotta get on that train. A couple people have been asked how many hours do you have on this save, and how many hours do you have in Satisfactory in total, and how many hours do you play every day?
Okay. It looks like I'll hit the save button. This save has 282 hours, so that's cool. While I'm waiting for the train here, it's not coming quite yet. Okay. There's Satisfactory. If I go to my library, 1158 in Steam. 1158 in Steam, and let's go look at Epic. Okay. Library. in Epic, I have 2012 for a grand total of 3,170. 3,170 hours total. Okay? An official number that'll last for the next couple of minutes, right? So 3,170 hours total. I'm just a noob. I'm sorry, I compare myself sometimes to guys like I Am Kibitz, who has 1 million hours at least, I'm sure. Or Bits, or some of the others, Valhalla Pickle. Those guys are great. By the way, if you haven't checked them out, you ought to go check them out too. They make some really neat builds. They're not as educational as my channel. So,
Yeah, definitely. Just stick with this one. It's fine. It's fine.
yep, okay. Why don't you clear those dismantled crates? This dismantled crate is full of uranium. It's full of uranium. So, no, I don't take care of that yet.
That dismantled crate is Lexi's fault.
Okay.
Lexi specifically tasked me with killing Doc via uranium in the hub. And so I trucked in a whole bunch of uranium. I died way more times than he did getting that uranium here. But I got it here, and this was long before we could actually have masks for it. And yeah, I brought it in, and so you're just gonna hop it, Doc? I mean, after the train moves. But yeah, afterwards we just dispose of the uranium by throwing it away.
I'm going to try to hop it, but I'm going to have to get
Good luck.
good at hopping it on 4 different places or something.
Bulldog says calculator is different than modeler because it lets you define what alt recipes you have, then can be used to find the most efficient production cycle for a desired output.
All right. I'm riding the train like a hobo. And we go down and get some copper ingots down here.
K-Pick says, I am Japanese. I don't
Okay.
understand the words, but I'm just watching the video.
Oh, very good. Thank you for using whatever translator you had there to make it work. Appreciate that. But you can't understand anything I'm saying.
Ruben says, reminds me of the time I went to the swamp, dug some uranium, and was killed by the radioactive arachnid. Till this day, never collected that death crate.
Oh, killed by a I haven't seen a radioactive arachnid yet. That is interesting. Okay. I had to put a second locomotive behind each one of these trains in order to get up that hill. Go back there. That's my first spur that I created.
Caffeinated says, I don't understand the word.
Your foot must have fallen off. You don't understand what?
No. Caffeinated says, I don't understand the words sometimes either.
Okay. In this game, I don't think I've explored out here. Look at the number of slugs. So I obviously
Yeah,
haven't
you get
explored
along
over there yet. It's so neat seeing this topography from up above it, because you just don't get that kind of perspective being on the ground building, or even when you're trying to jump up these things, you just don't get this perspective. Success so far. Do you think I can make it all the way around without falling off?
As long as you don't have any more of those gates, yeah.
We've got one more of those gates going into the station back at the home base. But all this over here you can't really build on. There's a section of it that kind of comes inland, like between that rock and that outcropping. You can build in there, but that outcropping is out of bounds. You've got to be in a bit in order to build out there. And there's great sulfur right there. That's a sulfur repository out there that you can get to.
Beadry asks, have you ever been to Canada, Doc? I've been to the U.S. many times.
The last time I was to Canada was when I went to the World's Fair that was held in Canada. And I went there with my mom and my, Mama Doc. We were newly married, and so we enjoyed going to a hotel up in Vancouver, and that's really as far as I've ever been. I've never been beyond Vancouver. Went to Vancouver a couple times, but then again, I lived in Washington and the Seattle area at the time. Actually, at that time, I lived in Bremerton, and we went up there and decided to see the World's Fair, and that was a lot of fun. Still have the silver coins we bought there. A lot of bauxite over here. I need to be able to use that bauxite. I'm really contemplating using that big floor that I have. That big floor that I just vacated that used to be the trains. Really thinking seriously of putting a large aluminum factory on that floor. And I'm thinking that doing that is even more necessary now that we've gotten those two alternate recipes. And I know I've got to build more of the those aluminum crate thingies. Why can't I ever remember the name of those?
Aluminum casing?
Aluminum casing, thank you. Yeah.
J-Bay says, so the last time you were in Canada, Elvis was still alive.
Not quite. Not quite. He died in the 70s, and it was, I think, the 84 World's Fair. So, yeah. But, yeah, we're talking ancient history here. We're talking 40 years ago. Okay, I get it.
And Mark says, so was JFK and RFK.
They died in 63. Come on. In 63, I was still a pre-kindergartner. In fact, that fall, I was starting kindergarten in 63. So, push to talk.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, exactly. So, RFK and JFK were still, oh, gee.
Caffinid says, I've been playing too much Anno 1600. You said World's Fair. My first thought was how much money I could make with my islands. That's one of the festival type events that happens from time to time.
Okay. Interesting. Pretty cool. And so you see, now you're seeing the other side of the world. We saw the Dune Desert when we turned around the corner back there, and it looks like there's a wreck out here that I could get to. Seeing the Dune Desert on the one side, and this side goes over the Rocky Desert over here. So coast to coast, basically, we've gone during this train trip. And all I have to do now is just go put down mines. I could bring all those raw materials over to my what's soon becoming a gigafactory, because it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. No matter how hard I try to keep it smaller, it's getting big. So maybe I shouldn't even worry about keeping it smaller. Just let the second half of it, the side over to the right, that right, my left, your right, get that side of it built up. Okay, in order to have success with Mark's challenge, I just have to jump over the gate post over the top of that gate and stay on the train. Yeah, the glass factory does look amazing. The only thing that doesn't look amazing is the conveyors and lifts that I put on the outside of it. That's where my logistics ended up.
Bieber, yes. Doc, what were velociraptors like in real life?
Oh, I didn't stay on it.
You're fine.
But I dropped back on it before it came to a stop. All right. Success. Okay, are all my timers done now?
Yeah. You're actually in the clear for a few minutes.
I'm free as a bird, huh? So Poison Gas says oil has always been intimidating. Giving it the old college try this time around. Well, good. And once you master that, you'll do great the rest of the game. So anyway, let me go figure out here. So I'm basically bought into the idea that I'm going to go nuclear. The sink, I usually sink the plutonium rods when I get them. So both of those recipes just got me to the plutonium rods probably a little bit easier, right? Is that kind of the conclusion we came to, Robert?
Sure, yeah.
That didn't sound like a real positive.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this needs coal. That's why I was bringing coal in. Okay.
Mark says Coast to Coast was a great show.
Coast to Coast was a great show? Okay. I don't remember a show called Coast to Coast. But good, it's over centered. Floor hole. There we go. And now we're going to go down one floor. And so here's a case where my logistics, I've put the logistics under the floor here. So it's going from the train down through the floor, and this will take it straight over and put it into the porthole here.
Doc.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No platforms and no flying.
How can I do no platforms and no flying? If I'm grounded...
I think you need to go get some more resources and bring them back. And Kaizen controller's here.
Oh, please save me, Kaizen. Please save me.
Kaizen says, Duck might have been too young to remember the velociraptors. Considering he was born in the late Jurassic period, the raptors existed in the late Cretaceous.
Ah, that's why I don't remember them. Of course. Really? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, Mark, I'm gonna get off these platforms as soon as I can. I just have to go check one thing, and then I'll comply. Now those are running. Now I can go ahead and
Mark says, good to see I'm getting on your nerves.
Oh, I'm so glad to have you back, Mark. I really am. Oh, gosh. My shoulder replacement was just no piece of cake, that's for sure. I really did not enjoy that recovery the least bit. And I'm still in recovery mode for the most part for that. Is that a Mercer sphere right there?
Certainly looks like it.
Looks like I can get there.
Ruben says Doc still hasn't answered exactly how many hours he plays the game every day.
Every day, at least 2 hours in the morning. And it's usually, I don't play much on the weekends. But a lot of times I'll play Monday through possibly sometimes Saturday, at least 2 hours in the morning. And then I'll play on live streams, of course. That would be 8 hours on Monday and 8 hours on Monday, 4 hours on Thursday. And then I'm playing other games in between too during the day to make other videos and shorts and things like that. So that's kind of where it's at. Did I finally answer the question thoroughly enough?
I think you got it well.
Okay. All right, now I'm seeing where to go next. I picked up a Mercer sphere just because it was way up high here and I couldn't have seen it otherwise, other than jumping from the high platform here and coming down. So that's cool. I like that. All right. And we see product raising up and going up there. That's cool.
Mark says, so no flying, no platforms from now on, Doc?
Oh, I can't fly?
Yeah, it's no flying and no platforms. By the way, for half an hour.
Okay.
And Pika Warps is here, says, hi, Doc and chat.
Hi.
And One Metal Fist is also here. Hello, hello.
Oh, gosh.
Somebody was actually in here earlier, and I didn't get to their comment. Somebody whose name I didn't recognize popped in here and asked, what do you think about trying to do a run with only alt recipes?
Well,
I didn't get to them, but
One Metal Fist, one of our most devoted customers or clients or viewers.
Viewers?
Yeah,
There you go.
He is doing that exact thing, so maybe we ought to ask him how it's going. He hasn't joined us today. So.
Well, One Metal Fist just jumped in and said hi. So.
Oh, okay. There we go. And how's your only alt recipes save going? Because he is doing that challenge.
Yep.
And it's definitely a challenge, that's for sure.
Okay, we got a question from the monkey.
Oh, really?
He says, I'm at tier 8 right now. I have so many resources gathered, like a huge iron factory, huge aluminum parts factory. I've got everything calculated, I think. So how much power to make the boombox? Or is it still out of bounds for me?
How much power to make the boombox? You don't need any power to make the boombox, do you?
No, you don't. He's just
teasing. He's just teasing. Okay.
And Ruben says, I also saw a YouTuber who uses only iron recipes for his whole factory.
Oh boy. That's quite the thing.
Dorku asks, is the retaliate setting for creature hostility broken? Only the bees attack after I attack them. Other creatures just don't.
Oh, really? I'd consider that a blessing.
Yeah, what's interesting, though, is like when you're on passive, the bees still blow up on you. So while the rest of the creatures are harmless, when you're on passive, even the bees just
They still
ignore
sting
the
you.
rules. So
what is that?
Demonkey says I got
Look at
the
this.
message wrong. So, what's going on? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a weird looking thing that looks like a cave. If I go,
but you clip through it.
I go in it and I clip through it.
Nah, it's funny.
Yeah.
So, One Metal Fist says, right now I'm building a second train to transport quartz crystals mixed with coal for the AI limiters. I already switched to turbo fuel directly from heavy oil residue, and the rubber and plastic production has started as well.
Cool. That's way cool. I mean, that's quite incredible. I don't I cannot comprehend how he's had to navigate that kind of a challenge. But I suppose after a while, because a lot of those alt recipes actually make more product than the normal recipes. So I imagine at some point he's actually going to benefit from it. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Pika Worms asks, where are the AI limiters in real life?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That would be, yeah, that'd be wonderful. Hey, I'm going to turn on my my virus checker here. It's got the AI limiter embedded in it, so I don't have to be bugged by those AIs along the way. Not quite sure what the AI limiter is supposed to do in this game, to be truthful.
It's a good question. WTV Joy is here, says, hi, Goat. I hope you and your sons are well.
Doing very well, bah.
Okay. Panels outside. And WTV asks, any new Satisfactory updates recently?
Not that I've heard of.
Next Tuesday.
But next Tuesday we'll get a look at it. Robert, because I'm planning on leaving tomorrow, he sheepishly asked, well, what's your schedule like today? What do you got on schedule? And I said, I've got more to do than I think I can get done today. And he said, okay. And then I started listing them. And the first thing I listed, most important thing, was get me set up so that I could still stream and everything. And then he breathes a sigh of relief, because that was what he was worried about.
Yeah, well, when it's a daily occurrence that it's like stream time at 9 a.m., 8:30 a.m., no clue where Doc is. Like every day.
What is going on? Okay, I should know better. I should know better when I see Mark contribute and there's no description of what he's contributing for, that it's going to be another kill doc.
Calling post-trauma support helpline. No personnel available at this time. Your call is important to us.
As usual. Don't kill yourself.
Oh, stop it.
Joy says, oh, I haven't played in a while. Burnt myself out big time.
And then was very confused, wondering what was happening until they saw what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mark did take me to kill Doc. So
Always.
Chinko says, I haven't gotten tired of watching commercials for AI dating apps yet. I have not been afflicted with such yet, so I would not know. I'm fairly happy that I haven't been afflicted with such yet.
I assume it's still no platforms.
Correct.
I'm not on a platform here. Just want to let you know. I'm not on a platform.
Oh, okay. We're playing by that kind of rules, huh?
I'm not on a platform.
Uh-huh.
How can you call this a platform?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Lady Grimoire says, the AI limiters in real life are the message I get when I don't pay for ChatGPT. It says I've run out of messages.
Yeah.
There you go. So the AI limiter is cache. Or today's market, it's memory.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the big limiter for all that we're doing right now is the amount of cash we have to pay for memory.
Yeah. We actually have a university question for you, Doc, so I will refrain from killing you.
Oh, while I answer, so I can stay in one place?
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason.
Only. You're not very nice. Okay. Alrighty. Hey, Doc, what is that program or website you're using for factory layouts? I've been hand drawing on pen and paper, and that program would make it so much easier. Well, there's two. The one that I turn to most often is Satisfactory Calculator, but the Satisfactory Modeler also is very, very good. Robert was showing Satisfactory Modeler earlier in the stream, and he could flash it up on the screen to show. But the Satisfactory Modeler you find in Steam, and you can download it, and it downloads to your PC. You don't have to log in, and it's totally free, and you can use it however much you want. Oh, please stop throwing those on me. Anyway, the Satisfactory Calculator is found at satisfactory-calculator.com. And it is there, just free to use as well. He does have a bunch of advertisements, but if you use Brave, the browser Brave, you don't see any of those advertisements, and you can go right through it. Now, I hope the guy that owns that is not watching this live stream right now, because I don't want him to plug that hole, actually. So satisfactory-calculator.com will help you with your layouts. So either one of those tools, they do different things more. One does various things more elegantly than the other, and I tend to use both. So hope that gets you there. And let's go back to the game. And go ahead and blow me up.
I'll have you know I didn't put a single one of those on you.
Oh, in other words, none of them landed on me?
Yeah. I'll let you run away, though.
What?
I wasn't going to let you run away. I saw you reaching for it real quick. Sorry.
I'm twitching still.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, I'm already seeing the benefit. I built one factory that only produces steel ingots. Because I'm using alt recipes, I don't need separate miners for copper or other metals. That single factory takes copper and steel and produces tons of steel ingots. From those, I make cables, plates, wire, reinforced plates, so all the basic parts come from one central factory instead of many separate mining setups.
Very good. That's one Metal Fist, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Mark says, no more troubles for me, Doc. Morphine's kicking in, so I'll leave the stream running. Be good, be kind, and most of all, be safe.
All right. Thank you for coming, Mark. It's been appreciated. But you're going to still monitor the stream to make sure I still adhere to your requests. Darn. Okay.
Well, the monkey Brave, like most other browsers out there, is just a Chromium skin. Brave is nice because it includes some privacy features, and most specifically includes an ad blocker.
Yeah.
Doc, the timers aren't up yet, though. So
I'm not on a platform. I'm on a
Oh, okay.
container.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Just want you to know. I'm adhering to everything.
We did have a good question from Jordan Crawford as well, if I can find that question.
Okay. If you can find it, huh?
Yep, it was a little bit earlier when I was having fun killing you.
See, that's the downside of having too much fun, right?
Kaizen Controller says, can you refresh my memory where we can pick up the book? Are we referring to Garrett's book? He says, if that container becomes his soapbox, I do think it therein becomes a platform.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, play on words a little bit here.
Yeah, Doc, where's the best place to find Garrett's book?
Probably Barnes and Noble. You can buy. What are you doing?
I was trying to launch to run you over, but I got a little stuck.
I'm glad you got stuck.
I'm trying. Somebody challenged me to run you over with a vehicle, but you're not playing fair.
Don't I have to be on a platform to run me over?
I could run you over out in the wild, but... I'll get you guys a link to Garrett's book real quick. Yeah, in fact, Garrett's at home today doing some writing and finishing up the server stuff. So... There you go. There's a link there to the Pan-Dimensional Pizza Shop, Book 1. Ice and I says, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not a whole ton. Doc's been grounded again, and he's being hunted down again, and, you know, normal shenanigans.
Yeah, again. 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 Emphasis on again.
As Doc just runs in circles, desperately hoping to live another day.
Yeah, trying.
The fun thing is that I can just generally chase you and just watch you run in circles all day. That's so funny. Everybody, sorry for the bit rate collapse. I'm sure the viewing experience of this is grand. DeMonkey asks, are there pictures in Garrett's book?
Oh. No, I don't think there's any pictures in Garrett's book.
Nope. And for those who don't know, Garrett isn't here today, but he is one of Doc's other sons, and he wrote a novella, really. It's a kind of an early teen novella called The Pan-Dimensional Pizza Shop, about a kid who runs a pan-dimensional pizza shop and gets in all sorts of trouble. Doc, I wouldn't resort to explosives if you didn't run so radically.
I'm going to start eating if you don't knock it off. At least you keep missing.
You know
At least
what?
I don't feel so bad knowing the number
Projectile
of
speed in
times.
this game is dumb.
I can't even stop to clear out the fauna because you keep chasing me.
I'm just blowing it all up anyway.
Well, collect their remains, would you?
No.
No, come on. If you kill them, you gotta clean up after them.
They're just pixels, Doc.
You gotta clean my world up. I don't want any stinking remains.
Okay, I'm done running in circles. Nope.
Which means you're giving up on killing me?
I said I'm giving up on running in circles.
What are you gonna do? Plant yourself and wait for me to come to you or something?
We'll see.
Okay.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, you asked how I keep everything organized. I build a separate factory for each product. If one factory feeds another, I place them close together. Usually I arrange them in a square so each one sends its part to the next. I don't spread them too far apart. Take the production chain, build a factory for each item, then send the parts to a central factory that combines 2 to 4 components.
Wow. Sounds like somebody that's been trained in lean. Definitely sounds like that.
Kaizen says, eventually, Garrett's going to have to use this tagline, adventure available by the slice or by the box, when he releases like a box collection of the books.
There you go. That would be fun.
That's a good line.
Take notes on those. You don't mind getting your good ideas plagiarized, do you? I hope. Oh, have you totally given up on shooting me now?
I'm reading chat, trying to do, my job.
Okay, well,
Yep.
keep the timer running.
Jiggity asks, do you ever use the factory card for automated logistics? It's amazing.
I have. I had kind of a short hop where I could get to and from a truck station, and I used the factory cart to load up from the truck station and deliver product. It was neat because it was small, and it didn't get in the way of a lot of the things around it, so it worked really well. I was surprised.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was what was fueling all of the rest of your vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Just running the fuel lines, which I thought was hilarious because you had these big trucks on this big wide road and this tiny little cart handling the fuel to each one of them.
Yep.
It was pretty cool.
Because it doesn't take much fuel to keep the trucks running, but it takes a consistent supply to keep them running. And I didn't really have room for a conveyor through there, or didn't want to put a conveyor through there. And it works really well. I was surprised, actually. Okay, I've run out of food to eat, Robert.
Oh, okay. So maybe I am hitting every once in a while.
Wow, you got me there.
I just don't know what direction you're going to turn every time.
Well, then I should keep turning.
But that's annoying. Okay, I'm gonna get you one more time, and then we're gonna go back to the factory.
Okay. So that means I should stand still for just a little bit, so I can go back to building.
I mean, that would be the optimal way of doing things. I think Ada would approve of you standing.
You just took out a whole tree.
I've taken out a few. Yeah.
Stop taking out my beautiful trees. You just took out another one.
I think we can all safely assume that it's your fault by now.
Then it's my fault. For why?
If you'd stop running.
If I would stop running, I'm having a good time collecting all this refuse that I don't need.
You almost said you were having fun.
But it wasn't fun avoiding being killed. It was fun collecting
Yeah,
leaves
good save.
and wood.
Good save.
Yeah. My heavens, would you just leave me alone? Okay, you got me down for a second. Ah, you got me. And I'm falling down the cliff. And I was still twitching.
Kaizen said he would not at all mind you us using the tagline. He says, in fact, I'd get a good chuckle over that being used.
Yep. Cool. That's great then. Can I fly again?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right.
Okay, Doc. We do have that Doc University question.
All right, let me just drop off the leaves and the wood here.
Yes,
now that I
still
put a
for me,
smart
please.
splitter on those. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have a question from John Crawford. Question: what should I consider as an end product for a mega factory? You know, I think your final space elevator part is probably the end product, because that's really where a mega factory starts to shine, in the respect that you've got parts that go into parts that go into other parts, and when you have those parts being made in a centralized location, you can easily transport them to the next manifold line or the next line that you have to make that particular part. So really, by the time you get to the point where a mega factory makes sense, then really what you're trying to do is make all your project parts. And of course you can see I'm in phase 5, and phase 5 is the ballistic warp engine is the final product there. It's by far the most complex product that you make in the game, and your factory should be built up at that point to begin making those kind of parts. So realistically, that should be the end objective, is making the project parts. So hope that answers your question. Let's go back to the game. Okay, so I can put my weapon away because you're now not gonna.
Yep.
Okay. And let's see what other food I've got available, huh? Let's talk about bacon.
Bacon.
Yep, it's full of bacon. It had 150, 3 stacks. And so let's put that.
Chroma, no, we haven't really had a chance to look through much. Been very busy around these parts.
What were we looking for? Looking for him. Did he give us his world to look at? Or what? No answer?
My brain isn't functioning quite right.
Oh.
Chroma, I don't think it was you. I think it was somebody else who sent us the world that we actually looked at with the whole train that went on the whole world. Or is that you? I'm just can't quite remember if that is you or not. That was. So yeah. Yeah, Doc, that was the one with the train around the world that you did look at.
Yeah, that was cool. That was really cool. And wasn't he on when we did that? Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, am I streaking through the game now? Okay. Okay. All righty. I wonder if we have somebody out that the dogs are barking at. Now, why didn't it remember that I was zooping this before?
Chroma says, I meant as in the rest of everything, like the large stack of nuclear nobelisks I have.
Ooh, that would be cool. No, we didn't probably look at that.
Nope. Always busy. And John Crawford appreciates your answer, by the way, Doc.
You bet. You bet. Okay.
Mr. Cube is the best. Says, new viewer here.
Okay.
Started playing Satisfactory recently and thought I would tune in. You make great videos, Doc.
Appreciate
Keep
that.
it up.
Okay.
Says, I'm going to go play volleyball now, so good luck dodging the bullets.
All right. I've been told that I don't have to dodge any more bullets, thank goodness.
Oh, Jiggity says, I think packaged fuels get destroyed when loading into a factory cart now. That's too bad. I'd have to check on that, though.
Yeah, I'd have to check on that. Because, see, that works really, really well because I had to package the fuel. I could transport it in a cart, and I could put it into the in the station because it took packaged fuels. So, interesting. That would be sad if it no longer took packaged fuels. Alrighty. I need a short railing there, and a short railing there, and regular modern railing there, over to there, and there, over to there. Okay.
We have another kind of quick question for you.
Alrighty, let's go do it. Any tips for a Phase 2 player? The first and main tip is go to the hub and look at all the products that you need to start making. Okay, so you've got Tier 3 and Tier 4 to get through, and so Tier 3 you'll have certain things that you want to make, and then tier need another monster. Tier 2 and 3 you have certain products to make. Go look at those, figure out what you need to have to make those, and start building out your production lines to make those particular products. Because what happens is in the Tier 3 and the Tier 2 and the Tier 3, Tier 3 and Tier 4, you will find that you get the recipes to finish the rest of the phase. You'll get the versatile framework, and then you'll get the not remembering exactly what the other phase item is for the next phase, but you'll get those two recipes by unlocking the Tier 3 and Tier 4 milestones. So I usually like to go take a look at those, because until you unlock Phase 1, you can't see Tier 3 and 4. And so once you get Phase 1 unlocked, you go look at Tier 3 and Tier 4, and you get a good idea of the direction that you're going. So that's the way I tend to work, so that I can kind of look ahead at what I need to build in order to pass those tiers off, because passing those tiers off is critical to get to the next phase. So that's the way you focus and and get things set up so that you can be the most efficient you can be. And after all, that's what Fixit is paying you so much for. So, hope you enjoy. Let's get back to the game. Okay.
Some guy asks, should I buy Satisfactory?
Some guy, just any guy? Should you buy Satisfactory?
Specifically, some guy number 127.
Oh, okay. And some guy 127. Okay, very good. Yes, definitely you should buy it. If you enjoy, these constant, puzzles of what product do I make next? How many can I make? How much product does the miner give me so I can make it into ingots, and all of those puzzles that you have along the way. If you enjoy the mental stimulation, very definitely get it, because to me it's very enjoyable to work out that next level of discipline, and so I would definitely say it. Of course, I'm totally 100% biased, and I'll constantly admit that, because I think the game is wonderful and I really enjoy it. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. So yeah, I hope you get it. Hope you enjoy it. And let's keep on going. It'll eat your life, Biebery says. Yeah, I like making factories. Well, is the battery good for any use? The battery was pretty much obsoleted because at release 8 of pre-release, you had to use batteries to drive your drones. Well, when they released 1.0, all of a sudden you could use all fuel types in the drone instead of batteries. And so I think batteries come up in one of the things that you can unlock in the MAM still. But other than that, you really don't need batteries for anything. So I don't even have a production line. I'm unlocking phase 5. Don't even have a production line to make batteries. When I needed to unlock that thing in the MAM, I just went to the Awesome Shop, bought a stack of batteries, and finished the thing in the MAM. And then I went to my sink and sunk the rest of the batteries because I didn't need them. So unless they come up with a new need in 1.2 or a subsequent release and update, batteries are of no use anywhere in the game. They're wimpy as far as power goes, so I would never use them again in the context of using them for a drone, for example. I wouldn't use them there because they're just wimpy. You've got other forms of fuel. So anyway, that's kind of where that's at. Okay. All right. I am going to go ahead and go up here, and I'm going to get started making more aluminum factory here. First, I've got to route my ingots. The ingots need to be routed from there and get to where I need to use them. Let's go down a level, because over here.
One Metal Fist says something interesting. They say, Robert, I tested the wet concrete alt recipe. It produces a little more concrete, but uses much more limestone. The recipe I'm also using also gives silica, which can be used for other parts.
Okay, so what alt recipe are you using that...
Go to my screen, because I have it pulled up here.
Okay.
Because the wet concrete uses twice as much limestone, from 3 to 6, but gives you 4 times as much concrete.
Okay.
So it gives you twice the concrete per limestone.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 2 to 3 as opposed to 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Right? And 80 per minute instead of 15 per minute, which means you need fewer refineries than constructors, and it's twice as much. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. It uses much more limestone. It uses, per concrete, it uses half as much. You say the recipe I'm using also gives silica. The fine concrete recipe requires silica, so I don't.
But there's no silica as a byproduct.
As a byproduct. So there's probably another whole loop that One Metal Fist is using that in the end has excess silica, is my guess. So I'd love to know what your full loop is, but for this, wet concrete versus regular concrete, wet concrete seems to be just hands down the best.
Push. Push to talk.
Is it not pushing?
There.
Ah,
Somehow your foot
I don't
must have
like
slipped a
using-
little off.
I don't like using this button all the time. It makes my foot hurt after a while. Anyway, unless we're talking about the rubber concrete, which we're talking about 10 limestone to 9 concrete, that's the best ratio of all of them. But
Okay. Push to talk. Is your
I think I
pedal?
broke it or something because it's only activating half the time now.
Oh dear. Okay.
Anyway, he's saying he's saying that rubber concrete recipe is most efficient on limestone utilization. So
Interesting. That the rubber recipe is most efficient. 10 to 9? No, it's not actually.
yeah, 10 to 9 is opposed to 6 to 4. Right? That's a
Yep.
better ratio than 6 to 4.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
So One Metal Fist is combining with a cheap silica, which also uses limestone. So you go cheap silica right here, 3 rock quartz, 5 limestone. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the Satisfactory modeler. It looks like it's a little too complex to tab back and forth.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we get.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Look at you guys trying to make me actually play the game. What is this?
Well, you're definitely doing the research for the game, which is your strong suit, actually.
I guess. Chroma says, looks like Mom wants me to work. Later, kiddos.
All right. Talk to you later. Gotta do what Mom wants. Definitely. All right. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. Okay. I need to put a conveyor into there. I need to bring it straight. Okay. And then let's put a okay, so it comes straight down there. Okay. Let's put a conveyor pole port right. It's probably going to be right there. And then let's put a lift. And that's off. Okay. Move that porthole over. And this time I'm going to attach from the end of here. And I'm going to go down to it. There we go. There we go. All right, we've got ingots going down. There we go. Let's see.
Oh, okay, I have this modeled up. The number is a lot closer than I thought they would be.
Okay.
Okay, it's up on the screen.
I just put a porthole on down this. No, I didn't. I put it outside, out there, down there. Okay. Okay. You want to show it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
this is the basic normal recipe. Okay.
Okay.
So first off, silica, you just get 100 silica per minute on a normal one. I changed nothing here, okay? Normal quartz gives you 100 silica, and then the wet concrete gives you 40 concrete per minute on a 60 limestone mine, okay?
Okay.
Using this alt recipe, we're using the, just a regular silica recipe for the rest of it, but we use cheap silica alt to get this silica here.
Okay.
Okay, combining with some limestone, and you then get, and that gets fed into the, what is this called? Come on, find the fine concrete recipe.
Okay.
That uses the silica and limestone for 42.42 per minute. So if you look at equivalents, we're losing 10 silica per minute to gain 2.5 concrete per minute.
Okay.
They seem very, very similar. So, unless we're talking about intentionally doing something along the lines of, here, this is, we'll say this is a pure mine, and this is a normal mine, so we have twice as much here.
I'm in the way of...
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
If we say this is a pure mine, this is a normal mine, or something like that, then it starts to become a little bit better, I think. No, the ratios still hold here.
Okay.
So, it seems like we're losing about 10 silica to gain about 2 concrete.
Interesting.
So, I don't know what all we're missing here. Maybe there's a slightly different balance of resources that they're coming from, but...
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Very good.
Okay, well, can I take you straight to the university for a question?
Just
Debris.
Yeah, just a sec here. Let me just put a door in this, because I'm finding that I need to get in and out. At this level. Yep. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Biebery has a question. It says, in the mid-game, when doing weird balancing math and resources are tight, do you opt for more machines or working it out with splitters and mergers? Let me see if I can understand exactly what we're asking here. Resources being tight, I can understand that. I usually opt for more machines, and then I just go work on fixing it at the source. So if I'm just not getting enough iron plate, I will just keep on going toward the source of my restriction and find more iron ore and bring it in, or copper ore and bring it in, and beef up that line, like what I'm doing right now with copper ingots. I found over here, this spot over there, they could make copper ingots, and by doing so, I'm bringing those copper ingots in, and I'm being able to embellish or increase my production of, in this case, all-clad aluminum sheet, making sure that I could keep that production line up and running and keep everything else going too, because I'm using a lot of copper ingots for copper powder and various things there, and I didn't quite have enough for my aluminum line to make all-clad aluminum sheets. And right now, all of my conveyors at Mark their Mark V conveyors are using alclad aluminum sheets, by the boatloads. So I tend to try to move it back and just try to bring in those resources, create an additional line if I have to increase those resources, instead of just trying to work around the resources being tight. So more machines, yes, I opt for more machines, and increase production that way. So hope that answers the question. Hope I went the right direction with that. So all right, let's go back to the game. All right. Hey, Robert, do you want to do a geographical game there and see if you can figure out where things are?
Geoguessr.
Geoguessr, that's it.
You looking for a quick bathroom break?
I am looking for that, yes.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay. All righty.
And before, while I'm pulling this up, Jiggity asks, are you playing with some mods?
Yes, in this particular game, I'm playing with quite a few mods. If we go look at that, it says I have 14 mods installed. 2 of those would be Satisfactory Mod Manager and one other, but we can look at the mods here. Structural Solutions. Sky UI lets my nighttime stay only an hour of the day instead of a full 8 hours of the day. That keeps it in light a lot more, so that when I'm recording, I don't deal with the nighttime as much. There's the Satisfactory mod loader. That's one of the things. Satisfactory is there. The road spline tool, I don't actually use that. It creates roads, which are kind of neat. Modular stations, I haven't used it in this game. It lets me create train stations that are more than 1 track wide in the center. So I can actually create a station with 2 tracks wide and unload from both sides, which is pretty cool. Modern railing extension. That allows me to draw my rails longer. The common library supplies other things, so that's not a real mod. It just gives you what some of the others need. Flex Splines lets me draw my conveyors and lifts longer than normal. Edit swatch names, I don't use it here, but I use that a lot in the community server, so that they can choose their own swatch, make a custom swatch, and they put their name on it so that people know that swatch is one that they're using. Don't modify that one. Gateways extension is a lot of extra supports and tools. I can show you that. My main ones, though, are these 3: the Infinite Elevators, Infinite Nudge, Infinite Zoop, and then Sky UI. My go-to 4 items are those. Infinite Nudge lets me move machines around. For Mega Meaty Bacon Man, it lets him make the machines big and make them teeny small too, which he loves to do. Infinite Zoop lets me zoop in 2 directions. Infinite Elevators lets me have a huge factory like this that goes really, really tall and still get my elevators all the way from bottom to top. So lots of good stuff. And I'm going to hit the save button, go here and do save and confirm and resume. And then Gateways Extensions here is basically down here. Structural Solutions gives me a lot of other blocks. I've not unlocked all the things yet for all those, or else you'd see a lot more SS stuff here, and lots of different shapes that come in useful should I decide to use them. Okay, and that's pretty much the answer to the My Mods question here.
Okie doke.
All right, you ready to take over?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will be back shortly.
Okay, Doc. If you guys have not seen this yet, this is Factory Guesser. Unfortunately, this has not been updated since update 6. I would love to find a new program for this, but let's go ahead and turn Doc's camera off so we can actually see the screen. And let's see how well we do. This is just Geoguessr, but in Satisfactory instead. Okay, so we're obviously in the Dune Desert. Looks like we're probably looking east. We do have a body of water there. I don't know exactly where we are. Could easily be this body of water. That's what I'm guessing, because it looks like it's pretty long and then wider down here. So I'm betting we're looking east at here. So the question is, how far away are we? We're an okay distance. It looks like we might be on a ledge. So we could be there, or we could be quite a bit farther away, unfortunately. We can pan around, but I think I'd like to not, just to see how well we can do it without. I think that's going to be my guess. Okay, a little ways away. Let's see. Yeah, wrong rock formation. Duh. Hello, Kenshin. How's it going? And Dorku says, community server, who can join? We have a community server that's for members on YouTube and subscribers on Twitch. So, if you become a member on YouTube or Twitch, you can join the Discord and you'll gain access to both the Satisfactory and the Minecraft servers that we have for our members only. Okay, this is a spot I know quite well, once again, because they haven't updated this thing in forever. It's this tiny little island right there. Nice and easy. As soon as I'm done with this one metal fist, I'll bring up the modeler again and model the way you have it built there. Okay, so now we're in the swamp, and the waterfall is to our right, and that's the final waterfall. So we're looking at this right here is to our right, and right in front of it, we have open water with some sludge, and we're, oh, excuse me. Oh, I did not mean to zoom in there. Gosh. But we kind of have a bit of an arc in, so I'm guessing we're actually like somewhere like right in here. We have a tree here, but there's a bunch of trees here. I'm betting that those trees are actually here, and we're just not really seeing the depth here very well. I think that's the best we're going to do. But again, actually probably closer to there. Let's see. No! Really? We're that far back? I could have sworn we were right here. Right there? So that's the little swoop we were saying. Okay. I'm not doing great today. Dorku says, also in the description it says Satisfactory Modeler on Steam, but the link is a Minecraft wiki. What? Okay, Dorku, I will double check that. We probably just deleted the wrong line or something at some point. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so here we are on the north end. We're up here. And those spikes are these spikes. So if I'm looking straight at here, but I can see that, I'm probably like there-ish, is my guess. Oh, really? You're gonna knock me for... Yeah, now we're in the desert. We're up here. I think we're looking at that guy. I've done fairly terribly this game. There we go. Yeah, 22,000. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, let's bring up Modeler here and model one metal fist. Okay. Cheap silica, one machine's this. Produces 50.5 per minute. Fine concrete consumes 15. So one cheap silica can supply 3.5 concrete machines. So let's take this back down to normal. Okay. And currently it's using 60 per minute. So what I want to do is I want to make this serve 3 of them. So can I just make more? I don't know. I haven't really used Satisfactory Modeler like this. Okay. 60, 60, 60. And that one 60. So this feeds all 3 of these. What happens if I get rid of this. We just aren't using all of it. So what am I missing here? This machine is currently not in full use right here. It's making it 38.18. Not the full 52 because it's not in full use. This guy consumes can supply 3.5. This is only running 2.5. Why is this running slow? This feels like a limitation of the modeler. Let's say what if this had plenty of silica? Still only providing 2.75 of these. Hey, Doc.
Hey.
I'm trying to model what One Metal Fist said. One Metal Fist has 1 quartz mine and 3 limestone mines.
Okay.
But what's happening here, in the modeler at least, is the modeler is not modeling the full use of the quartz here.
Uh-huh.
And so what's... like, even when I plug it in like this...
Yeah, so it's only getting 54 from there when it could do 60, huh?
Yeah, and under this, it's only using 1.5, whereas One Metal Fist says we should be using 3. So I think the modeler just isn't modeling this appropriately for some reason.
Uh-huh.
Because it's making a ton of extra here. The recipe here is it needs 15 silica and 60 limestone. It's getting 90 limestone at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like I want more of this silica going into here. So I'm just gonna, let's just delete it for now. We now have more going through. We now have 2.5.
Okay.
But it's like, see, this is one of the pieces of this system that is a little off.
Yep.
It should be auto balancing. I mean, you see how it auto balanced that to that. So I don't know what I'm missing here.
Okay.
Yep. So this is about what they're doing, 127, but that's using 3 mines here. If we were to come up to here, and let's say this was, instead of being pure, it was normal. But again, we just had 3 going, right?
Yeah.
We get 120. So 3 mines gives 120. With this, it gets 127.
Okay.
So here we're getting, again, just 7 more concrete for what we're doing. Just doesn't feel like we're really getting
it modeled correctly, yeah.
Either not getting it modeled correctly or we're just not really seeing a benefit from it.
Okay.
So, anyway, we can go back to your stream.
All righty. Okay.
Kevin says, I love alternate recipes as it just makes planning so much more fun and entertaining than the standard production line.
Oh boy, there's a candidate for Satisfactory Plus.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, let's do a 4 here. Let's see what happens. It wants to bump into that, so let's just go this way.
Lexi says, so Doc, since Garrett isn't here today, why don't you just take the opportunity to play Anna with Robert?
Well, we'll probably do that and publish it on Doc and Sons.
Yeah, we're keeping today pretty basic.
Yep. Oh, you say, really? You said so?
Oh, that chicken.
Oh, that rooster. Just talking away.
Kidium, first time chat, says, is this single player or multiplayer or dedicated server?
Right now we're playing single player. It's just me playing here. Robert is online over there commenting and helping. We do have a dedicated server, so does the purple mean he's a member?
Nope, just first time chat.
Just first time chat. If you do become a subscriber on Twitch or a member on YouTube, you can play on our community server for Satisfactory and or Minecraft. Pardon me, I was having a hard time coming up with a word there for a sec. Alrighty, I have to come across above there, and let us go ahead and put in a. Well, let's put this on a curve here, because I'm going to come on down here where I'm not bumping into anything.
We do have a university question. But the great thing is we actually have a number of great answers already in chat. So you want to take a stab at it, then we'll reference chat as well?
Sure. Alrighty. Pokemon Pegland has a question. He says, any tips for starting coal production? Well, find a lake where you can get water and see if the lake that I like for my coal power plant was right over there that I can't show you very easily. It's a lake just east of the Rocky Desert, and it goes through that valley. So I'm going to motor over here a little bit. So there's my coal power plant that I have set up here. Now the nice thing about this coal power plant is there's enough of a lake here that it supplies plenty of water. You notice I've got water extractors around the edge there, and I've got a platform with water extractors along that edge and along that edge to supply all of these coal power plants. So first thing, you have to have a source of water, but the nice thing about this one is that that there's two coal mines. As we go out far enough to stay flying here, there's a coal mine there, there's a coal mine there, there's a coal mine up there, and there's the two back there. So there's plentiful coal right here, right beside the water. That's the big deal. And so since I've got both of those things in close proximity with each other, that's where I want my coal power plant to be. Another good place is a place they call the Crater Lakes, and I got to get closer to power again. Come on, get me back floating again. Crater Lakes are just over this hill here. You'll notice that I've got conveyors going across here, and that is because there's coal over there and there's water over there in the Crater Lakes. So the Crater Lakes area is another great place for putting a coal power plant together. So find somewhere that's close by where you're building, where you've got coal in proximity to water. That's the easiest place to build a coal power plant. If you started in the grassy fields, it's a little bit difficult there, unfortunately. But if you start in the grassy fields, just find your coal and then find water and go for it. So hope that helps, and we'll get on with the game. And so what did everybody else say in chat? What did they focus on?
Okay, so Kenshin says, get the compacted coal recipe.
Okay.
Yeah, and that just ups production a little bit.
Yeah, compacted coal does increase the amount that you have available to the amount of power that you get out of your coal power plants. So compacted coal burns a little bit slower, so you can actually fuel more of those power plants. So that's good.
And then Jiggity says, go into coal power generation with the knowledge that you will soon be pivoting away from that and using coal for other things.
Figuring out how I want to do this. This is the part that's not getting it.
KDM says, I love this view, referring to the Dock University. That is really cool with the game on the PC with the questions on the side. Very creative.
Yeah. And actually, what it does, when you actually, because those Dock University questions get clipped and get put out as Q&A questions, question and answer questions that, for the channel. And so with those Q&A questions going in like that, it helps us to see on the screen when we're looking through the entire live stream, when we scan through it, that alternate screen allows you to, number one, focus on it when we're in the game, and then it allows us to find it and clip it out as a Q&A later when we're scanning through the live stream. So it performs a dual purpose in that respect.
KDM says, where can I put up Dock University questions?
Just in the chat window. Ask a question in the chat. Then.
Yep. I just monitor chat for Doc, and anytime we find a good question that seems like there's a little bit of meat on the bones, we ask it.
Little bit of meat on the bones. I like that. I wonder, I am going to, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop it right there. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to put a merger on top of that there. And then I'm going to reconnect.
And GD says, I saw you were getting into Star Rupture. Looks intriguing.
Yes.
I suspect that the factory building is to that what combat is to Satisfactory in a way. Kind of secondary.
Saying which is secondary?
The factory building is kind of secondary in Star Rupture.
The factory building is essential to continuing to progress, okay? In order to get certain things to protect your factory, you've got to build, to protect your factory from the creatures and that you're fighting, is to build products for all these corporations that give you the tools to defend your factory. So it's kind of, they're all in synergy with one another. The fighting is a lot more necessary in Star Rupture than in Satisfactory. But the creatures, as you build up, provide a very formidable foe as you work through the factory. So I can't say that one is secondary to the other. They both kind of are intermingled with each other. As you progress, the creatures get more aggressive, but as you progress, it gives you more ability to fight off the creatures. It's kind of a synergy. So, it is quite interesting, and I'm finding it quite intriguing, actually. So, hope that kind of helps answer the question.
Christoph says, hello, sir, and hello, Mr. Streamer.
Hello. Hello, hello. All right, let's see if I can put a... Yeah. And I'm going to put a splitter on top of that.
Christoph asks, what are we trying to accomplish here?
I'm actually trying to accomplish getting... See, up above you see the nuclear pasta. Nuclear pasta needs powdered that brown stuff.
Powdered brown stuff?
Powdered copper. Thank you.
Oh, brown stuff. Okay.
Yeah, copper's brown, isn't it? Kind of shiny brown.
Shiny brown.
It's actually coppery looking, but I couldn't come up with the word copper.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Shiny copper. Anyway, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go ahead and increase the amount of copper coming down this line and coming down this line, so it makes more powdered copper powder in here. And this side of the line really is not getting much at all. So I'll be splitting this right now. In fact, I'll be splitting that between here and this lift that I put into there. It's not going the right direction. Yeah, I kind of suspected that that was the case. I had it going the wrong direction. So I need to get it into here. Not quite sure how I'm going to do that yet, because I have a splitter here, that a smart splitter here that's only giving the overflow to there, and it does give an occasional bit of overflow once in a while because this line is fully packed. But I also need to get some in this line. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm just going to break it right here. And I'm going to put the lift right here. And I'm just going to let all the overflow go into this one machine. And I'm going to split the line and fill the rest of the machine with the split up of this one. Kind of interesting, but that should work just fine. And then this part of the split I'll take straight over here and put it in here. So if it's too full to get in here and fill that up,
Christoph says, I just finished my rocket fuel power plant, 100k megawatts. Hope you dilute the copper with sulfur acid.
You hope I do what? Finished my rocket fuel power plant, got 100 gigawatts. I hope you dilute the copper with sulfuric acid. I've got other uses for that sulfur, so I'm reluctant to use that. I need to see, do I have yes, I do have the priority merger. I'm going to slip that
Jiggity would love to hear you opine about what you're hoping for in 1.2.
Oh, I'm hoping they actually have decent solutions for I'm actually hoping they have solution. Okay, which one's the center output? Which one's the center input?
The one on your right.
So the center input is the highest priority. Yes, there we go. So that'll be full for a little bit, then it'll start having gaps in a minute. Okay. That's good. If that line stays full, yeah, as long as that line stays full, that's good, because now we filled this first one. And let's fill the second one. Wow. How many do these take? 30 apiece. So they take 300 per minute. I've got 780 coming in on those conveyors. And so it only should go to like 1.5 machines. Won't even fill up these first 2 machines. But if they stay running constantly, I'll still get quite a bit more. And the same is true with this. I mean, it would take a whole 30 to get this one started. And so it gets started with 30, and then same thing's going to be true here. It's going to be, this pretty much looks mostly full. And it's still unloading that train car up there. So I actually need more copper for these lines. What I need is Mark 6 conveyors. That would be incredibly helpful. Mark 6 conveyors would help a lot. But at least we got more copper coming in here, which means we got more copper powder, which means that we'll get more nuclear pasta. And that's being created up here at that top level there. You see that massive, ugly-looking conveyor here? Look at that! Look at that! That's my copper powder going all the way up to the top. And I deliberately had it keep going out to the left so I could go in on the wall instead of coming through the floor.
You're ridiculous.
I am ridiculous. Sometimes ridiculous. Yes. I loved that part in the Harry Potter movie where they learned that spell. How to make a... What was it, a boggart? Nobody knew what a boggart looked like?
Boggart.
A boggart. Sorry, boggart.
Boggart.
Okay.
What is this? Boggart. Ugh.
How to make a boggart. Nobody knows what a boggart actually looks like because it always morphs into what your greatest fear is. So.
First time chat from a demonic wizard.
Okay.
He says, first time chatter, new/recent time viewers. I just started playing the game 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Thanks for all the tips.
You're very welcome. We always have new folks joining us that are learning the game and find those tips, and yeah. Yep. Appreciate you coming and joining with us and telling us about your experience. That is good. Okay.
Jiggity says, I like snapping conveyor lifts to every machine. It raises the belts off the floor and has the added benefit of allowing mergers and splitters to be easily snapped as needed.
Exactly. I loved that. It was actually something that existed before they actually announced that it was a thing. It was just kind of a... well, you could always put them on the ends, but then they announced that you could put them anywhere on the lift, which I've done on several occasions, especially over here, when I've needed to split it mid-lift. There's a few times that I actually put a splitter on the lift. There you go, right there. Yeah. Right on the lift there, and then moved it off and had it send it somewhere else. So, okay. Okay. Now, let us go to our aluminum plant and see what our aluminum plant, how much our aluminum plant is accomplishing. That's my sound floor, and that's the computer floor, and here's the aluminum floor.
Mystic Helm, first time chat, says, that did confuse me. I swore that blind splitters on lifts was a thing before it was added properly. It
was a thing on the head and on the bottom, both on the top and bottom, but it wasn't a thing being able to do it mid-lift. So yeah. Okay, we have alclad aluminum sheets that are actually producing more than what is needed for the downstream production. Yes, that is cool. Now let's see about these. These are still a little bit on the shy side. So, since I'm going to need a whole lot of them for the production of nuclear power, I'm going to have to increase that and create yet another line for aluminum, but I'll focus on this side of it. So the aluminum casing is not getting enough aluminum ingots. Okay, that's the problem there. Okay. Smart splitter is giving the overflow up over there. Maybe now that it's overflowing, it might actually start filling that one up.
We have another university question. It's a follow-up from the other day by Ken. So we might need a little bit more detail, but I think you can generally point him in the right direction here.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. University question I already asked you yesterday about the big iron factory, but here's the details. I have 18 or 21 Mark II miners, and I just unlocked Mark III. How would you set up machines? Okay. Probably need a little bit more detail than that. But I would go first, upgrade all of your Mark II miners to Mark III, of course. And then, if that's not enough production, get enough summer sloops, get enough slugs so that you can have enough power shards to overclock each one of those up to the amount of your conveyors. Because if you have a pure node, overclocking it will send it up to 1200. If you don't have Mark 6 conveyors, it's no sense in wasting the power shard at this point. So go ahead and overclock them and get that product coming in. Then I would start upgrading your machines to have longer manifolds, because now you can support more machines with the longer manifolds. You could probably, if you had combined manifolds where you had two lines running into them because they were too long, and you dumped the product kind of in the middle of the manifold in order to keep it going, I would go ahead and set the manifold to just the one line. But setting up your machines, I would just get those manifolds working longer and produce more of the iron plates and iron rods and screws that you need for the rest of the factory. So yeah, I would upgrade, and I upgrade all of them, get them producing more, and use producing more to build longer manifolds so that you can have more plates and rods and screws. And so you can send those to make more frames and more heavy modular frames and on up the line. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Okay, well, we have another question immediately.
Whew. I don't know why I'm yawning. I got a good night's rest last night.
You're just nice and relaxed.
Yeah, I am nice and relaxed. I do okay, anyway, let's go back to the question. Hand587 says, do you feel the leap to nuclear is too steep in the game? It feels to me like it often requires a rebuild, or certainly an amount of time put aside and dedicated to it. The second half of your statement is definitely true. You've got to spend some time and devote some time to it, because there is a certain amount of pre-infrastructure to get it ready to build the pellets, the uranium pellets, in order to go into those power plants. And then it also requires time after you get the waste to make sure that you have the waste fully processed, either for the next step in nuclear or to sink the plutonium pellets. My preference is really to sink those plutonium pellets because sinking them gives me a lot of points and it's a lot of infrastructure for a diminishing amount of return as you process the waste into something else. But yeah, it does take a bit of time. It is a leap in, it is a rather steep climb to get into nuclear in the first place, but I find that it's well worth it. Robert has a little bit different opinion. He'd rather extend the oil power plants to turbo fuel and then to rocket fuel and then to ionized fuel. He finds that to be a little bit more acceptable for him, and a little less optimal thing. I put out a video just recently. In fact, Robert can probably get that video that goes into goes into significant detail on what's the price of going to nuclear versus what's the price of extending your oil power plants. If you really want a full answer to that question, go to that video, and if you'll link it, Robert, in the text, in the chat messages for both, that may help answer your question most fully. And let's go back to the game.
It'll take me a moment because I just recovered from a blue screen.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Now, why are you blue screening your computer, Robert? That's not acceptable.
Sometimes it's the only appropriate response.
Oh dear. Yeah, I suppose that would be true. Okay, now let's see if we're gaining on the aluminum casing. No, we're not. It's still not filling up that belt completely, but it's probably getting a little bit better. The depot isn't being filled this way. I'm gonna...
I'm actually kind of annoyed because in Windows 11 it's not a blue screen anymore. It's a black screen.
It's black now.
Yep.
So that's not fair. They can't take our blue screen of death and make it a black screen of death. Boy, I can't believe they'd do that. All
okay,
right.
I have Chad back.
Okay.
And says, thank you very much for your answer.
Okay.
Jiggity says, I think the whole idea of nuclear is that it is an optional challenge that you can skip if you want to.
Yeah. All right. I'm reconfiguring the dimensional depot to put it... Yeah, I can find a space. Little tucked in here. I saw it turn blue there for a sec. There we go. There we go. Tuck it in there and bring the conveyor belt to it there. Now what that does is by putting a splitter here, momentarily it's going to take the production from whatever is downstream and lessen it by half. But the advantage it gives is it puts the items in the depot so that if I need to go build something that requires the aluminum casing, I can readily retrieve it from the depot and do the build. So for a time it's going to do that until the depot gets full. Once the depot is full, it'll go back to giving all of it to this downstream process here. Now, we still very desperately need to increase the amount of production because this is obviously not adequate. It's not getting an adequate number of ingots to support both the alclad aluminum sheets and the support for this whole line here. I was hoping to actually create more alclad aluminum sheets, but these are running pretty much, well, not completely full time. It is almost a full conveyor here, and I'm very shortly going to be getting higher speed conveyors, so it's just a matter of time for me to actually get these things going. and get more aluminum and improve this situation definitely here. So, okay. So these are running full time, all nearly full time, because there's little gaps here. So they're running as fast as they can.
Keegs asks, what?
What?
You know what? That I'm gonna put that to university. Again.
All right. Okay.
And meanwhile, Andrew Eccles is here. Says hello twice in 1 week.
All right.
There you
All
go.
right. So Keeks asks a question. What are priority mergers for? I understand what they do, but what are they good for in the game? I have yet to find a need for them. Okay. I just used a priority merger out here. So let's show you my logic in wanting to do that over here. Okay. Okay, so I had a situation where I needed to make sure that this line kept flowing, okay? In other words, I had a priority merger here, a smart splitter here that gave the overflow to there. And that overflow needs to stay flowing. I can't have this backed up because the line going down here is very critical for this copper wire line that I have over here, okay? Since that copper wire line is so critical to keep a full conveyor going, when I have had copper coming in here, coming into here, I needed to make sure that that line stayed running and that it only took from here when this line had a gap. So I went over here and put a priority merger here, and I'm going to get down enough here to configure it. So my center input, which was the line that I needed to keep flowing, needed to make sure that it only took from the left side when the right side had a gap. So it would only take from here when it had a gap here, and so that it would keep this running. Now, that was a perfect situation to put a priority merger here, because I could easily let this back up here, and whenever it couldn't flow anything down here, it just sent it to my other line over here. Obviously the train just came in because the train stops flowing product out until the train stops its loading procedure. So we got a little bit of a gap here, but it would fill this up, and then it would send everything over here, and I still had plenty of need over here for that line to keep flowing. So there it goes again. And so it'll split half and half until this fills up again, which it does so pretty quickly, and then it'll all go over here. Perfect need for a now I cannot say that I have ever used a priority merger before just now, okay? The situations are so rare that you probably won't see a need for it, but the real need is when you need to keep a line going, you need to prioritize accepting it from that line before accepting it from another line. And that was the whole logic there. Okay? All right. And now we have 541 of the nuclear pasta made now out of that 1,000. That's cool. That is cool. But I'm going to need power, and I'm going to need it in the short term rather than the long term. So I'm going to have to go nuclear, and I'm going to have to make, with the alternate recipes I just got, I'm going to need to make a lot more buckets.
Keeg says, wow, that makes perfect sense. Now I've just never run into that problem.
Yep. And now you know why you haven't seen a need for it yet. It's just because it is rare that there's a need for it. Okay, so I have over here, the one thing that's not coming through very quickly is I don't use all of the bauxite. I've got a lot more bauxite coming into the train station than what I have need for. So I've got this line, and I have that line, and I have that line. I've got 3 different lines bringing bauxite to that aluminum factory. I still have much more that I can use there, so I'm gonna use it. Okay. I have sulfur over here because I believe, if I'm remembering right, that I need sulfuric acid for making the okay, there's aluminum. So to make the aluminum ingot, I've got to make the aluminum scrap. To make the aluminum scrap, I need alumina solution, and alumina solution is made from water and that. Okay, so I need water and that. I don't need sulfuric acid. Why did I think I needed sulfuric acid to make that? Interesting. Okay, so going back up the tree, in the aluminum scrap, I need to add alumina solution. Okay, and then I get back some more water. Okay, and of course that means that I need to bring in more silica. Okay, I've got it made in the shade here, folks. So first thing I need to do is get the bauxite combined with the alumina solution, and let me open that up again so I can take some notes. Okay, to make aluminum scrap I need coal. There's where my coal comes in, and alumina solution, I'm going to open that. To make the alumina solution, I need the bauxite and water. So I'm going to focus on bauxite and water at this first juncture. So let's
Beebree asked, Doc, have you ever tried doing speed runs this game?
I have. And I've got a person who is online usually that kept challenging me to do more and more speedruns. But she is so good that she just, every time she says, ha, I beat that. You got to do better. So that doesn't mean I quit doing speed runs. It just means that I was discouraged doing speed runs because she was so good.
So some guy bought the game.
Oh dear. Okay. Did I convinced him?
I guess so. I think he was looking to be convinced.
That might have been the case. Yep, it sure might have been the case. And I think that's great. Don't you?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Doggy Dog says, I got this game on my Xbox a week ago. I love it.
All right. Love it, even on an Xbox with an Xbox controller. That's true love there. Robert, would you do a favor to me?
What's that?
Would you get me a Walmart water, please? And the reason why I say that's true love, because it's got to be, I've never played with a controller, but when you have a whole computer keyboard with all the controls separated out, it seems like that would be easier than using a controller. I don't know.
Your cat is fast asleep, curled up on the couch.
Very nice. Very nice.
No, not completely asleep. Here you go, good sir.
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, our time's about up.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh. I didn't get to... It was too much of Mark's shenanigans, I bet.
Yeah, blame it on Mark. Always blame Mark.
Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to the office.
Address Dave says, no controllers, bring back the joystick.
Oh, I'd love to have a good flying game with a good joystick. I've got my old joystick sitting around here somewhere. It probably still works. It was one of the deluxe ones I got when I was actually selling the hardware. And they probably even got better ones nowadays.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But the first thing on my wish list is to get a good racing steering wheel. So that will be really nice when I get that. So hey, it's been great. It's been 4 hours and I've had a blast. The 2 hours this morning and the 4 hours during the stream, I've been able to actually play and have some fun. Even get killed a few times. Seeing that the fauna can't kill me, Mark pays for the editor to kill me. Okay. And I'm sure all of you had fun watching that too. So, hey, it's been great. The number of university questions this time were spectacular. Really, really appreciate that. So we'll keep chopping those up and putting them out as Q&As so that everybody can benefit from it. And we will be back on Tuesday. Whatever setup we get set up, hopefully I'll take all the equipment with me that I need and be in good shape when I get up to Michigan. We will be broadcasting from Michigan. So the only thing that could get in the way of a particular broadcast is if I have an appointment to go to with Spencer that interferes, and then we'll just reschedule it and have that time on another day. But I would expect that there's going to be times that there might be a conflict on a Tuesday or Thursday morning with an appointment of his. If that's the case, we'll let everybody know, and we'll come back online either later or earlier or whatever to spend that time with all the folks. We won't be on stream tomorrow for our members stream that we usually do on Discord when we do recordings and such. Won't be there for that tomorrow because I'll be traveling. But look forward to seeing everybody on Tuesday. So have a great weekend, have a great day, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. And for now, bye-bye.